This is my least favorite track playing because it's a bunch of weird whispery noises. It's like being schizophrenic. It's like hearing voices. Changes saved. Cache chat. Go to, hey, lines and squares. Go to the chat thingy, program thingy. Hit reload all streams. No, select, no, not select. Well, okay, fine. You activate. All right, so these I need to deactivate. How do I do that? Stop and close. Stop and close. Sessions, YouTube default. I don't know how this is weird because these are like junk in the feed. Yeah, I guess I just removed them. Okay, there we go. Yeah, now I only have two sources. There's regular Twitch. And then this one is YouTube. Wait, where is YouTube? Oh, there it is. It doesn't seem like we've been able to finish any active live. What? What are you talking about? All right, close you. Remove you. Auto find and activate. There it is. Okay, so now we have YouTube chat up. YouTube takes a minute to get itself together. Okay, so I think I've got everything done there. What's up, Aglos? Agelos? Yeah, I don't know. I'm like a creature of pure headache today. But we're going to power through. We're going to do some wLED stuff. It won't be too high pressure. Hopefully we can get through it nice and easy. Let me go get the stuff that I got. Because apparently all of the ESP32s that I got were the wrong ones. These are all the wrong ones. These are all, unfortunately, the wrong ESP32. Which, I mean, there's a lot of hardware on here, and these were not cheap. So I don't know what I'm ever going to do with an ESP32. We'll see. At some point, I guess we can branch out and do something cool with them. But these are not the ones that fit the PCB that goes on this thing. So what I was going to do, ESP32, wLED, and one of these screens, and we were going to play around with that. So now I've got to wait for more hardware in the mail. More waiting for more hardware. Let's put these bunk ones away. Let's get the Raspberry Pis off of the desk. We will come back to Raspberry Pi programming because what I need of this Raspberry Pi 5 is I need it to run OpenGL and then M-Audio, and we can, I guess, just pump pixels from M-Audio, or not M-Audio, sorry, from Project M, which is the plugins that power Winamp's Milk Drop plugin. Its Milk Drop is a plugin engine, and that'll give us visuals that are beyond what we can get with wLED. We'll have coordinated visuals that have complicated interactions and varying, color things going on. Like, you get something like this, and then there would be like a white pixel that'll go diagonally across a bunch of different rows. I like that kind of stuff. There's a lot of cool stuff like that. wLED gets really close though. wLED almost supersedes the pixel plugin thing that I'm talking about. Like the words just don't. I just don't find the words sometimes. They just kind of stall in my brain. Let me go get hardware from the other desk, and we can clean up this desk a little bit more, so that we got our heads about us. A clean desk is an empty mind. Isn't that what they say? Getting cock-blocked by your own ESP. It's like the widths are different and the number of pins that it outputs are different. Like, I don't know. Why are these so different? Why are they so different from one another? We're all using the same breadboards, man. It's all 0.1 inch pitch. Go easy on us for once. But no, they're all different. And they're supposed to fit into this board. I got these in the mail recently. They're all supposed to fit into this board, which is just a pin adapter so that you can plug your ESP32 into one of these screens. That's it. That's all it's there for. But for some reason, the widths are just totally different across these different pieces of hardware. All right, so I got a bunch of sensors in this, and then this is a bunch of cables, a bunch of pin headers. I also got some LED strip that I didn't really know what I was getting into when I got it. If I really wanted to have super complex visuals on Willow's collar, I could cut up this thing. Look at this. This is ridiculous. The pixel density would be ridiculous. Well, it wouldn't be that dense, but it would be, I would have like 3 rows of pixels that I could play with. How is it much of a pain to bodge it with some jumper wires? I mean, this setup is going to be kind of testy and rudimentary, and so maybe I could have like long jumper wires and the ESP just hanging up in the air. But I don't really want to get into that because, like, look here. Here's one that should fit by all means, and it turns out it does not. It's like 1.1 inch space off from fitting, and then on the other one the width fits, but the number of pins, there's 2 pins just hanging out in the air. So I don't really want to go through giant pin diagram. The whole purpose of buying this was so that it would be easy peasy. I could just shove the thing onto there and then be done with it, right? And then we would be able to easily just see what this stuff is capable of. That's sort of what it's like, a fact-finding mission right now. We're kind of testing stuff out to see what's good. So I did get the Seed Studio Zhao. Whoa-pow, Zhao. Look at this thing. So these are the same size as the other ones, only this one has the ESP, I think like 32 in it. And it has battery capabilities. We can solder the battery to it and charge it. And so hopefully we'll be able to affect the low power mode in this. We'll be able to, instigate in whatever. Why am I trying to use big words? We can enable the low power functions of this ESP microcontrollers, ESP32C3, but with very few pins outputting on it. But what that does is it allows us to fit in the original enclosure for the thing. So that'll be pretty cool. Look at that. Normally on a stream, why do I always have to explain this? Why do I always have to explain this? Lots of streams, you will have people gathering at the very beginning. You are at the very beginning of my stream. And so instead of just having like a splash screen with a timer on it, I have start soon, and then I talk to you guys while we start soon. We're not technically working on the project, but I am getting you guys up to date with actual stuff that I've received in the mail. I'll of course go over all this again once stream starts. There's always confusion. I don't know why. Yeah, I'm just cursed. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. It's always somebody. Some of them do it just to get under my skin, and it really irritates me, and it makes it worse for the people who are genuinely asking, because all of my patience has already been run into the ground. Look at this thing I got. I got this in the mail. Look at this. That is apparently addressable RGB LEDs. It's tiny. And you know, this, I could stagger them like this and put them in here. I could probably get 3 rows out of that. That would be crazy to have on the pooch. But it also, I don't think these would be as visible. Let's plug them in. Actually, we'll plug them in during stream. I'll do it during stream. I just need 3 short jumpers, apparently. See if I got that sitting over here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, well, now we can plug it in, I guess. I don't know which one's which, though. Bro, those are some nice LEDs. Which one is... 2 of them are power. I take it the one on top is data, because it's in the middle. So I guess white is ground, red is 5 volts. So let's do that there, This one is power. Willow's barking at the door right now. Let me get my shock collar. Fucking blast her to outer space. Boom. Take that, dog, for being a dog. Nah, she's not being disruptive at all. Bonk, bonk. Woo, look at these little guys. That certainly would make Willow pretty visible. How much current are they? These guys are eating current. Wait, let's get these off of there. Okay, so 140 milliamps for the length of the collar if it were... These are bright. Holy crap. Wow. This thing would just drain the batteries. These are bright. I could fit 3 of these into the collar, and Willow would be incredibly visible with this. 3 rows. It would be a long length of LEDs. Wow. That's impressive. I'm like, should I rethink this? Should I find some kind of a flexible substrate where I could put 3 rows of this stuff? And then have a lot of LEDs. This would be very dense. Are these getting warm? Yeah, they are getting a little warm. That certainly would change the nature of this. I would need 1 foot of these things. So that'd be like 3 times the amount of LEDs that I've got already. Oh my god. This would be crazy. That would certainly look cool, though. I mean, look at how dense that is. I am, of course, referencing certain streamers' horrible attitude towards his dog. Using it as like a stream object. It's like a lamp in his room. Getting annoyed when one paw leaves the bed and then just fuming about it. You can just visibly see the frustration when the dog just wants to get off of the, what is it, the cheapo riser bed that it has. It's not even like a soft bed. It's one of those like vet or whatever, those kennel beds that are lifted up and they're just like a sheet of like nylon. These are hurting my eyes. These are hurting my eyes. I'm debating whether or not I want to do 3 rows of this stuff. Because if I do that, if I do 3 of this, that's a lot of LEDs. Maybe we'll think about it and we can like do a test of it when we get our controller up and running. I don't know how I would tell. I mean, you can tell wLED where the LEDs are, I think, so that you can have those rows like add a segment 0. There might be a plugin that does it too. Oh yeah, 2D. So it'd be, yeah, so that's where you'd set it up. I don't know what that looks like yet. How many milliamps is that? That's a 140 milliamp hit. Blurs, what do you... Oh, there needs to be audio. So we're going to try to give this audio. We're actually going to try to give it a microphone that I can play with. Yeah, this stuff is cool. I mean, I could also just do 1 strip of this stuff on it. But then it would look kind of thin in there. That'd give me a lot more resolution, though. These are bright, a lot brighter than I thought they were. Yeah, let's see what this stuff is like. Let me try to implement this denser LED. We'll do that as first thing today when we start. I won't mess with it until I start. I just wanted to see these, and they're pretty impressive. I might default to these. That'll make everything a little bit easier, and it'll give me denser graphics. It won't give me a 4-hour runtime, though. These boast giving me a 4-hour runtime. This stuff, the less dense LEDs. But these dense ones will give me much better visuals for my 1 foot of... what's the length of the LED strip? It's about a foot. What up, Gonad? Look at this LED strip that I got. It's 2.7 millimeters wide. And addressable. They're so small. They're so small. The typical wLED, the thin strip, the 5 millimeter strip, is like this. These are pretty crazy though. They're pretty bright. Although I do like the larger lighting of these. Biohacking the corgi a little bit with the accelerometer. If the accelerometer does what I think it does, one of the primary things that we need to do today is test. That's sort of one thing that we really need to be, I need to do the due diligence on instead of just packing all the sensors I can into this thing. I need to actually test that these functions work in wLED, because some of these plugins are just Internet of Things kind of plugins. So it's like, you can have this accelerometer hooked up to your wLED, and oh, that's cool. As the dog runs around, she'll instigate different patterns on the array of LEDs. Well, that's only if the two can mesh. Might take a little research to make them mesh. Well, yeah, yes, I know. Just a singular color LED. That's what this originally was. It was just a strip of white LEDs so that a driver could see them. But we're getting a little crazy here. We're having fun. Fun. Remember fun? And there's all these different patterns on here. How many, hold on, how many LEDs is this thing? Let's add like just a bunch of LEDs to the end of the strip here. So config, LED preferences, new summarize page. No, I don't want that. WS28X, it seems to have the right order. Reverse, no. 12, no. Length is like 100. And then click save. Oh my God, what is this thing doing? It's going all the way. Ah, it's like a lit fuse. What is happening? 1.3 amps, 1.4, 1.5. Oh my God. This is a weird pattern. That's 100? It didn't even get to the end of the strip. I think this is like 160. I think I got 1 meter and it's 160 per meter. So let's actually LED preferences and let's do 160. That should get to the end of the strip. Save. It could be 140. The fuse pattern was lit. Ugh. Ugh. These are crazy. Oh, this is cool. Okay, I didn't know I'd fall in love with the thinner stuff. Do. Actually, this could be 140. We'll see if it starts over when this thing gets to the end. Oh yeah, okay, so 160 it is. Wow, that's a lot of light. Oh, now it's going the other color. Ha! It really doesn't need any help. It's already very bright. There is a one of the plugins for this Gonad, if you're listening. One of the plugins is Stairs, the add-ons for wLED. It seems to be catered exactly to your application of literally lighting up stairs. It's found that kind of interesting. I'm 229 from a 1 tortilla. Are you kidding me? All right, let's see here. Other patterns back. Chun chun. Whoa, that would be a good one for the dog. Look at that go. Not sure if it would work. Mine's an odd number of landings between the stairs and off spacing. Like wLED plugins. Hold on, where's the stairs. User mod animated staircase. Makes your staircase look cool by illuminating it with animation. It uses PIR or ultrasonic sensors at the top and bottom of your stairs to light up the steps, direction you're walking in, switch off the steps after you've gone. Always switch on one of the sensors when a sensor detects movement. The animated staircase can be controlled by the wLED API, etc., etc., etc. See, this seems attach the LED strip to each step of the stairs. Connect the ESP D4 to the strip to the bottom step. Connect the data out. Mount sensors of choice at the bottom and top of the stairs. Make sure all LEDs have enough power. Blah blah blah. I think it would be perfect. It's a nice domain they have. Old school. Oh, wLED.ge. Ah! Mine just run a gentle upwards moving rainbow most of the time. Yeah, I think you could get some cool stuff running on your steps with this. This stuff is way different than having only a couple pixels on the other strip. Of course, this is going to be hell to get down this pipe here. That means I bought the wrong shrink wrap for the whole thing. Oh man, the dog's not going to be all that waterproof. It's been raining for days here. All right, I'm going to close some stuff here. Close some things so that I can actually think. I tried a few flashy things, but they made the stairs super dangerous. I guess I could see that. Well, there's a plugin very specifically for stairs and stair sensors if you're interested, just so you know. Like, this is the kind of stuff that I would run on Willow, where it's just doing waves. I can change the nature of those waves too. And it's not monochrome and it's not RGB specifically. It's actually doing like a chroma thing. It actually chooses a color that's like interesting and fun to look at so that my dog doesn't look weird. These are brilliant. These look really nice compared to, these were a little bit more like, I mean, yeah, they were more discreet because there were fewer LEDs, but the colors were a little bit more washed out. Whereas seeing these in person, they're very sharp. The colors are very sharp on these. It's cool. It's mesmerizing, in fact. I've spent many an hour staring at LED things on my shop desk. Cool. Little does Willow know that she is going to be an ambassador for some really cool visuals outside. I thought there was a rave going on, but you're just walking your dog? See, something that doesn't break up for so long would be kind of interesting. Like if you turn it on and it does this to turn on, instead of just turning on one LED or all the LEDs all at once, it does like a little animation. That's a neat little flair for it to have. These are just like dissolves. Cool. DJ light with no audio. We're going to try to give this audio and see what happens if we can have Willow, when she barks, if she can light up more. But we'll have to install this new strip into the collar. I meant to show this off during stream, but I mean, more LEDs means more visuals, right, human? So it would be cool to have these side by side, but if I put them side by side, this thing right now is drawing 300 milliamps, which will not give us a 4-hour running time on that tiny battery. This is going to push the battery a little bit more with just one 1-foot strip. This is 160 LEDs that it's controlling right now, though. A red flash. Yeah, if I do the blue-green like this, and then it would flash red when she barks. I don't know how much control I have of that within wLED. We're going to plug in the accelerometer and the audio sensor onto the breadboard and get that hooked up with the ESP 8266. I mean, I could test an ESP32, which is what we're going to end up using. We're going to end up using the Steed Studio Zhao ESP32C. So I guess I could put legs on this guy and we could try to program that. This is sort of, so we've taken this in 3 stages. One was the concept. Hey, I could put LEDs in this collar. 2, implementation. How much room is there inside of this case? How big is the battery? How long is that going to last with the LED strips that I have available? what are we on? 3, order food. I mean, order parts. I got in the appropriately sized microcontroller that will fit in the case because we sized it out and figured out what it was. So now we have a microcontroller that can go in the case. I've got a couple add-ons that I can play with to see whether or not we can get the functionality that I want. If not, you know, we still have wLED working inside of a dog collar. It'll be successful. I just want the icing on the cake would be if my dog is, you know, jumping around and playing with her friends, the visuals are going to do weird stuff. And if she barks, it'll do something weird as well. We'll see if that's even possible. We've got some stuff to look at for the configuration of the wLED. I'm thinking it is, but I don't know. So once we have hardware in front of our face, that's how it always goes. You know, your idea crafting, your theory crafting, and you're coming up with all this cool stuff. You're like, what if it had robot legs? And then you go in and you see that, like, the feature isn't what you thought it was. And with these, what might happen is the feature might just be so that you can run your smart house and have, you know, like an I don't know why accelerometer, but I mean, if you're running, like, I don't know, maybe somebody tried to make it like a lightsaber or something like that, and they specifically made the plugin for their application, not yours. So we'll have to see what kind of stuff we can actually get running on this. Grip. Whoa. Yoink. Yoink. Dynamic. That probably responds to stuff. Fade. Woo. Oh no, that's just flashing it on and off. Fairy. That's not a bad one. Periwinkle. Is that like periwinkle? Full noise. Oops. What's full noise doing? It seems like a lot of these are better when driven. Fireworks. One-dimensional. Yoink. Yoink. That's kind of cool. Yeah, and I don't know if with the low power stuff, in order to turn this thing off, I have to put the ESP whatever into a low power state, and I think the power button will just turn it on and off. I don't actually know if it'll do anything with the like if I had a long press turns off and a short press changes modes. I don't know if that's possible without me getting under the hood of the programming. Oh, we had Lawn Dog and Dom Peter. Hey guys, a little late to the stream. You are not late to the stream. The stream hasn't started yet. What's up, Lawn Dog? Where'd you get those lights? Amazon. I bought this strip off of Amazon. I bought this strip like question mark years ago. I think it was during the pandemic. I think I bought these for Among Us lighting so that I could have lights that change for Among Us. But I didn't do anything with it. Oh, you guys are on stream here. Sorry, I missed your chats. Wait, because you're not showing up in this one. God damn it. This stuff pisses me off. There we go. I think it's connecting to chat, waiting for Twitch. Oh, you know what? Because this isn't the right window. This is the Twitch chat only. Ah, that's what it was. Social Stream Ninja. Which one do I want? Try this one. That's the one I want. Okay, now I actually have stream chat up. Okay, that was the problem last stream, was I didn't have the thingy. Okay, hold on. Why is there a bookmarks bar? Show other bookmarks. Uncheck. Bookmarks toolbar. Never show. Ah, we've gotten a little bit more browser window room. Okay, so now any chats will be coming through. What's up, Cheesy Popcorn? I'm just looking at wLED patterns right now. I've got 160 LEDs hooked up to the wLED setup. We'll cut a 1 foot strip of this and get it into here so that we can actually see what these look like with the appropriate number of LEDs. This one is much more dense, which is why I kind of want to use it. And in the future, if this is super successful, I could add a couple rows to this and then get even crazier visualizations on it. We could stagger the LEDs in a zigzag pattern, and Willow will have the raveriest collar of them all. Look at it go. It's got all kinds of weird patterns. Flow. Woo. There's not much more satisfying than running a bunch of LEDs with a capable system and some varying patterns. And this is something that I've known for a long time. What pattern is that? We are running the patterns that come with wLED. So all I did was plug one strip of addressable WS2812 LEDs into an ESP8266, which is this little guy right here, which is getting warm. It's actually not, it's not hot, it's just warm. But all I'm doing is looking at the presets. This is literally, we just flashed the 8266, found the IP address, and Bob's your uncle. I mean, this is like so easy to do. We're gonna add a microphone to it, and we're gonna add an accelerometer to it and see what happens. And this stuff, like this LED stuff, this is like $30 in parts. I don't know what this, I forget what the LED collar cost. But that's the retrofit aspect of it. Why is this not picking up on... Oh, the social stream dock is not picking up on chats. I'm gonna have to open them up individually. They're showing up on my stream preview at least. Burn the subs could have a light show in addition to burning the subs. Yeah, it can. It certainly can. I've been here since you started. Figured something was wrong with you since what? Ability to read the chat box. Yeah, it's just I'm having some troubles with my social stream stuff. Oh, you know what? I need to change the URL in there. That's what it is. To the right session. I need my session ID. Hold on, wait. Session ID. Yee's a Batman is what it says right there. Yeezy Batman. Who just subbed? I didn't tell you could sub. Wayne Johnson, thank you so much for the sub. That's a little awkward right there on the side of that window. I should probably pull it out a little bit, but... Oh my god, and then a Bridgewater. So Wayne Johnson is a 65-month sub. A Bridgewater is a 62-month sub. Oh no, not the... Bridgewater has these Wikipedia number things. 62 in base 5 is 222. In base 30, who? That was the, what was it? The super fans asking Douglas Adams about the math joke in Hitchhiker's Guide. And they were like, in base such and such, the equation works. And he goes, who writes jokes in base like 7? What is your problem? Like, so 62 in base 5 is 222. In base 30, it's 22. It is not prime, and neither is this subscription renewal. None of them are primes. It was that's a Bridgewater actually typing their credit card information into Twitch and hitting, I would like to voluntarily subscribe to Oh Bother's stream. I don't know why. It baffles me. Oh, speaking of which, Solid Electronics coming in with a prime. That one actually is a prime. Is 31 is it prime? Solid Electronics says 31 is prime. I have no choice but to trust. Plus, I can't really think of anything that can divide into 31, other than the number 1 in itself. Oh my God, my streamer knows what a prime number is. I know what a prime subscription is. I'm better than you. Okay, where's my window? On this window, and then I want to rewrite the session number. I don't particularly enjoy that it's pulling up all these history results. That should connect with chat that's going on right now. I'm going to test it. It works. Okay. Honestly, it's the emotes. I was gifted a sub at one point because of reasons, and then I found that I was using the emotes quite a bit. That's awesome to hear. I'm gonna go through one of these days, and I keep saying that, one of these days I'm gonna go back and create new emotes because I've been taking notes. In the emotes folder, I have a bunch of samples of emotes that I would like to build. And I say build because that's how I do my art. I don't use AI. I use unintelligence. Why did that just turn off? Oh, there it goes. This one's called Frequency Matrix, and it's not getting fed any frequencies. But yeah, what I do is I build my emotes because I construct them in pixel art. What I really should be doing is coming up with the emotes in vectors, because then I can scale it onto a t-shirt and stuff, and then I can have merch. I've got a couple of emote, like vectorized emotes. This is 480 milliamps that it's drawing to create sort of a Halloween glow. That is a lot of power. Frequency pixels, frequency wave, glitter. Oh yeah, glitter me up. That's a little too Corsair RGB. But yeah, I've got some good emotes that I can build. Basically taking all of the other meme emotes and turning them into bother emotes. This is just one strip. This stuff allows you to do two-dimensional X and Y on the thing. And I guess we can explore that when we do the screen. I will not be adding a screen to my dog. Heartbeat. Bump, 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 bump. ICU. What does that even, huh? Juggle. Woo! We got to make a playlist of these and figure out how this thing is going to be switching between them too. But we'll do up a test. We'll make up like a test strip and a test, a breadboard test that we can put together on this once it gets started. What have I been doing? What have I been up to? What is this world? I made chili. That's the most exciting thing that I did over the weekend. Is I made chili. Basically tossed a bunch of stuff in a pot, canned beans, all this stuff. And this time I added to it 2 of the smoked garden peppers that I grew. It did not taste very smoky. I should have added more peppers to it, but I had to consider that somebody is completely averse to spicy foods in the house. So did the usual, just dumping chili powder and a bunch of other stuff into the pot. And it turned out really well. And there's not a lot of it left. So that bodes for the palatability of my chili. I make a good chili. I'm a big fat guy. You know it. You know it. Oh, is there a second strip? Sir, a second strip has landed. This is a weird extra cutoff strip. Doesn't look like it broke. We cut one wrong. I don't remember why I bought that strip, that thinner strip of LEDs, but it was exactly the right thing, and I've ordered a bunch of strips of LEDs that are the wrong thing for this project. I've ordered too many things so far. I mean, we're just having fun with it. We're just having fun with LEDs and stuff. What's going on here? You need to format the disk and drive CG. Okay, cancel. I don't know when that window was from. What do I have plugged in that would... Oh, this. Does it think this is a drive? It thinks the virtual COM port is a drive. That's a weird one. That should be happening with the Seed Studio Zhao, not this one. Juggles to music. Wait, there's not music going on. I don't know what it's hearing. Unless it's getting music from the browser. Wait, mid noise set to music. Yeah, it's not. What the hell? There's like presets? Oh. Oh, there's like color palettes. So default, color gradient, random cycle. So I could set Lake, and then I can set it to Aquaflash. Yeah, that's interesting. Or Atlantica. Or just default, which uses the color swatch to give us our stuff. The blue LEDs are probably going to be the best for the dog collar. Lightninging. Okay, there's some lightning. There it is. Wait, when the music comes back, is it going to start lightninging? It doesn't have a music logo next to it, so I think it's just random. Is that right? So we're running into that thing where the human brain creates patterns, or it perceives patterns really, really well, And if this is going randomly and I'm listening to music at the same time, it'll undoubtedly sync up to a few things. And that's all the evidence that I need to say that it is absolutely syncing to the audio on my computer, which I don't think it is. What if I pause the music? No way. No way it would be using the browser audio. I don't think it has access to that. Yeah, okay, there it goes. Okay, yeah, no, it's totally random coincidence. Loading pattern. Yoink, yoink. That isn't really loading, is it? That's not, I don't know about that. Matripix. I don't know. I don't know what these are. Meteor. Meteor. Multi-comet. These aren't in like a comet color. I can change the color palette. There we go. What is that? What is that even doing? Noise. Noise 2. Noise 3. Noise pal. I don't even know, man. There are so many here. Pride 2015. Woo! Look at that go. Super rainbowy. I have a feeling there are a lot of outfits that have LEDs like this in them. Because boy howdy, can you have a lot of fun with something like this in an outfit. Of course, you'd probably want a larger battery than what we have, but... All right, maybe we should get started because I'm pretty much already working on the project right now. It's too fun, it's too tempting when you have an LED matrix or an LED strip like this to play around with it, especially when you have something simple that's going to just make it work just like automatically. That's sort of what we've had with the wLED setup. This has been very easy to implement and use. I love it like that. That's very nice. It lets you vet stuff out and figure out what's going to work, and you don't have to drop down to like back when all we had was fast LED. You would have to make up a test pattern and have it run that pattern, so everything was just this RGB cycle. And it's like, all right, enough with the RGB cycles. In this case, we have this wealth of presets that we can put on this thing. Now, what are we doing? Well, okay, so I bought this LED dog collar a while back. That's this thing right here. This is an LED dog collar. It's got this clear window that has a strip of LEDs behind it, and there were too few of the white LEDs per inch or millimeter, whatever you want to express it as. These were very spaced out white LEDs that were inside of this thing here. It's waterproof, which just means they put shrink wrap around the LED thing. And it was pretty good, you know, giving Willow walks at night. She would have this little white LED thing doing its thing and giving her a little bit of illumination to see by, although she didn't really need it. I have a flashlight that I keep in my pocket at all times. But what I figured was, well, this is a handily sized little window that we can put LEDs behind. And in my sorted and fairly interesting past with projects, that has been pretty much my entire job, is putting LEDs in stuff. We were doing a little bit of research with these screens, and a buddy of mine, an old friend from back in the days when I was shoving LEDs and everything for art projects for festivals, he said, hey, you should try wLED, it is awesome. And we got completely sidetracked during our stream where I was avoiding doing a complicated programming task in order to play around with LEDs. And it turns out in like, I don't know, probably 2 hours, I had wLED running on an ESP8266. It was on my network and it was making LEDs do cool things. In the meantime, I ordered a bunch of parts because we did an entire stream where we took apart the dog collar and we vetted out whether or not it would be capable of doing the sorts of LED dancing tasks that I want to get out of a wLED powered dog collar. And it turns out the battery's going to last long enough. There's a sleep mode so that we can use the button to turn on and off the unit. And this thing is like perfect for housing whatever LEDs you want to throw at it. There's a couple different versions of this collar and it comes in a couple different colors. I did black and white just because the white LEDs would be pretty visible and allow my dog which is way shorter than a car, to be visible by cars. I live right next to a stop sign where people whip around the corner. There's a tall shrubbery on that corner. It is very, very dangerous. It's the right on red turn. So people often ignore that stop sign, whip around, and they're right in front of my driveway, where I would be standing around with Willow, and Willow likes to seem to stand around in the street. So this is a very much a safety measure. Now, the battery that we have is, what was it, 430 milliamp hours or something. We can throw that into a calculator, but oops, wait, what's playing over here? Stop that. We can throw that into a calculator, right? And I can calculate out what the milliamp hours are for running the strip. Now, as we're running this little flashy dot pattern, I am drawing with the ESP and the LED strip 110 milliamps. So like this is 160 LEDs. If I were to chop this into 1 foot segments, we could fit 3 side by side in this thing, right? It is going to look like very thin LEDs on this strip. It'll still be just as visible, but I would maybe in a future iteration consider running 3 strips inside of this so that we get slightly more two-dimensional visualizations. But for now, we're breadboarding. Before we can actually put all the hardware to task, we need to get something that's functioning. And some of the parts that I got in the mail were the Seed Studio Zhao ESP32. What is it, version 3 or something? I've had the damnedest time ordering these stupid things. The Seed Studio Zhao ESP32C3. I think just by virtue of luck, I mean, these got a lot more expensive. These are like $8 each. These got quite a bit more expensive. The other version of the Zhao, the RP2040, was like a couple bucks. It actually had an excellent price. This one was $8. That's still a really good price for microcontrollers. If you guys are as old school as I am, these micros used to be extremely expensive to play around with. You know, everything has its own USB connector now, and they're made very, very efficiently. So that RP2040 was like a $1 board. We've got like tariffs in place, which are just the stupidest things I've ever heard of in my entire life. But they are driving up the cost of everything. So, you know, getting the parts is kind of annoying. We got the appropriate microcontroller, one that's supported by a user plugin in wLED. And then I also got this I2S microphone, which is just a MEMS microphone. We'll have to cut it to fit it in, or maybe just desolder it from this thing to cut it in. But it came in this little button. A little button. Where are you? Where are you? Where'd you go? This little button. And this will give us a little MEMS microphone that we will be able to get barking from, either barking or just, you know, shuffling about, just dog noises. I think it'll be really cute. I read that if you clear the Wi-Fi settings in the config, it won't try to run the radio, so you can do that after it's programmed and installed to save power. That would be nice. I don't know how much of this 110 milliamps is dedicated to the RP2040. I mean, I guess I can test that. Yeah, so this thing is on the Wi-Fi and it's not even registering in the tens of milliamps. 0.00 amps at 5 volts. So the Wi-Fi might be the least of my issues here. But there are some really cool patterns on this thing that could give us a nice visible dog collar. Yeah, like that would be the Nostromo computer lamps. So cool. Yeah, so anyway, there's a lot of different patterns that we can do, but we need to set up like an actual test of the hardware that we're going to use, because right now this is just a breadboard setup of like hardware that runs the right thing. Now we need to set up a breadboard setup of the hardware that I want to use running the thing. So let's shut this all down. Let's turn this all off. It's nice to have a little example of what is possible, but we're going to get this off of the breadboard. Power supply's turned off. This gets pulled for another day, because the ESP8266s are like super cheap and they can run wLED competently. So if I want to run the big LED strip that I have, the W88 or whatever, this stuff, I'm not doing Christmas decorations, and I don't, in this neighborhood, they might not allow us to do distracting Christmas decorations, because with the 3 strips that I have of this, I don't think I can make it around the tree up out front too many times, but that would be really cool to be able to run a wLED setup. They're not that expensive. They do kind of add up if you put a lot of it together, but the LPD 8806, I think it's got more of those interstitial hues from the LED strip. But all right, so we are going to do some soldering to begin off this stream to start off. A little bit of soldering. This is the larger LED strip. It had fewer LEDs on it, but they're larger LED bodies. It turns out that this 2.7 millimeter LED strip is really, really bright. If you've got like, if you want to light up like Warhammer figurines and stuff like that, like you could really hide these LEDs in stuff. I would maybe consider using these for the RC car, except that I think the RC car is just going to use dumb LEDs. They're just going to be lit up by the channel activations on it. Yeah, there's some really neat stuff that you could do with this. Willow's barking at the door again. Let's see. Yeah, this is going way to the side. We don't need the calipers. We're not doing CAD today. We will get back to the computer, believe me, but we need to work on burn the subs a little bit too. That's what originally what the LED stuff was supposed to be. We were exploring the Raspberry Pi 5. I'm using a 5 just because that's the latest and it can run OpenGL on it, the right version of OpenGL that'll work with Project M in order to run LED visualizations on a single LED panel. That could eventually speak to wLED stuff, and I could have cromulent, I could have coordinated patterns. Cromulent's not the right word. Coordinated patterns of LEDs in the shop. I think that would be kind of cool to do. With Burn the Subs, if I put up enough of that LED strip, I could, I guess, like when a subscription comes in and it finds a location for it, I could have it put like a red LED for the X and the Y coordinates so I know where to move the camera. Maybe, I don't know if that would be a good use of wLED. The ideas are endless. It's what's going to be the least painful for me to program. These did not, oh no, they did come with headers. Wait a minute, let me go get the headers for this thing. We're going to make a breadboard situation for this thing. Ah, oh, my knee is bad. I don't know what I did to my knee. I slept on it funny, or it's like a multi-week injury though. I've got the tendon hurts. It's been getting better though. It starts the day as torture, and then it sort of eases up on my old bones as I go through the day. All right, over here, jowls come in these cute little packages. Yeah, if I was doing something with wLED, the jowl would be a pretty good platform for it. Like if I was putting it into an outfit or something. Oh, wait a minute, they give you an antenna. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know it came with an antenna. So I guess I don't need to hide my own antenna in there somewhere. I tend to keep these little paper antennas, these little plastic flexible antennae that come in like laptops and stuff like that. So I was gonna work one of those in, but maybe I can just sneak this thing under the battery, depending. What's the design of this one? Oh, it has a interesting, have we left behind the, what is it, the F antennas? It's got, that's not an inverted F. That's different. This is like a star shape. Huh. Inverted planar F, I believe is what I'm looking for. Antennatheory.com is one of my favorite websites because antennatheory.com is built sort of like the old internet. You can tell that it's just HTML, right? This is one of the best sites for knowledge about how antennae work. So types of antennas, and we're looking for the inverted planar inverted F antennas, PIFA. PIFA, inverted planar F antennas, are very, very clever. They exist in 2 dimensions so that you can build them using PCB traces, and you see them all over the place, not just in cell phones. You see them on almost everything that has a PCB antenna on it where they're trying to save space. Let's see, can I find one? In just my surroundings, can I reach over and get an inverted planar F? I think so. Raspberry Pi 3B plus Wi-Fi area is where? That is on the other side of the board, towards the edge, always. Always towards the edge with the inverted planar F antenna. You can see there is a big chunkus of ground missing, and there's an RF chip that is so advanced that it is shiny. And then we flip back over. Oh, it's a chip antenna on this one. Darn it. Made in the UK. Maybe it was the Raspberry Pi 1 or 2 that had the big obvious inverted planar F antenna. I thought this one had one, but I guess not. I was thinking about other stuff. I was thinking about baseball. Yeah, because this does chip antenna. Weak. Weak. What else do I have that would have a chip antenna on it? There's got to be something. There's got to be something within reach that just has one on there. That's not it. That one doesn't have an antenna. That's a hard drive. That one's got a wire antenna, so there's no inverted planar on that. Where else could there be one? Well, if I stripped one of these glucose transmitters, the glucose sensor transmitter, if I stripped this down to the PCB, we'd probably find an inverted planar F. Here is a pretty good candidate for going inside of the collar. This is a... Actually, this one's a PCB. This one's a whole damn PCB. 249U. I don't know what frequency this is, and I could probably do some measurements on it, or I could put it into a setup where we do reflection metering. But anyway, all right. That's inverted planar F, and Antenna Theory is just like a great site. This one doesn't really show the F, does it? But yeah, long periodic antenna, long periodic dipole. This is just like all the cool stuff. Slot antenna. Nothing wrong with slots. The Yagi, I think in some circles, Yagi antennas are illegal. I think you're not allowed to put Yagi antenna on certain transmitters. Spirals. Parabolic reflector dishes. NFC. Oh my God, it's a clown. Yeah, it goes into the design of all this. It's really cool stuff. I wonder when the last update was, because that thing said 2015. Copyright Antenna Theory, 2011 to 2016. I hope you're still doing okay, man. I hope you're still doing okay. I want to be able to donate to that website. Okay, so anyway, connection to light failed. That's okay, wLED. You don't got to worry about nothing anymore. Okay, so let's get our bench test going here. For that, I'm just kind of like neatening up a little bit, just so I have a nice clean workbench. Clean workbench is like a necessity for stuff like this, because you have a system here where things might get slightly unplugged just by jiggling the wires. And so it doesn't need updates. It's already perfect. Look, updates to the copyright are necessary. And then just knowing that they're still alive is something. Hey, are you still alive? Are you still there? Oh, geez, get this over there. Power supply. I'm just getting all of my test leads together and shoving them in the corner over there. We sort of know what we're up against now. See, this has got to go. This we definitely have to alter, because this wire is too cheap to go onto this stuff. And for the dog collar itself, I'm probably going to use the silicon jacketed stuff, because we're going to eventually have to have shrink wrap go around it to waterproof the strip. I don't know if I'm going to do 3 strips or not yet. Or what would this 3 strips sit on is another thing that I've got to worry about. Something flexible, but yeah. Man, this stuff is cool. It's just, take a step back and just go, man, LEDs are awesome. Yeah, get it slobber proof. The tightness of that plug is very annoying. I know it makes good connection, but it's already at the limits of what USB likes. If I were smarter, and I know I've got the stuff for it, what I really should do is have a couple cables that sit around here that are those magnet cable. So I could just magnet a cable to that and then plug it into the project. I think that would be fun, but maybe I shouldn't. The magnet things are really just for recharging cables. Actually, yeah, I don't think any of the ones I have are compatible with... Yeah, they're not. So never mind. That was a bad idea. But if I had like a looser USB connection, that would be nice. This is only doing power, this one here. The Zhao is, of course, USB-C, so I'll have to find a cable for it. We'll do that in a minute. We don't have to program it yet. Right now, I need to put headers on. Everybody, sorry about the hiccup. Oh, I need liquid or I'm gonna die. I'm just getting the Zhao headers out. I'm doing like 4 things at once and I really shouldn't be, but I can't believe that the Zhao came with an antenna. That's nice. Of course, it's not very useful on the breadboard, but I guess we're gonna need it anyway. These things are very annoying to plug in. If you've got a pencil with an eraser that is flat still, that's really good for plugging these in because you kind of work the cable into position and then if you press down on it evenly, it'll pop in. You can get lucky with these or you could just, get good. Noob. Why are you such a noob? Why are you bad at that? Just get good. A lot of people complain about the little surface mount connectors. I've got a whole bin full of them because they fail a lot and I have to replace them, at least in my career as a technical guy. What's that? You could stick the LEDs to a strip of plastic from a gallon bottle. Ah, that's actually true. That's not a bad one. That's a good idea. The breadboard is showing its age. Some of these holes are not capitulating to the pin header. Sometimes these breadboards, these solderless breadboards, they start out life with the clips a little too tight, and you need to use like a pin tool to kind of work them out, or just a header to kind of work them out, because when you try to plug in something like this and one of them isn't separating, like your pin header's hitting the side of the clip and it's not going to open it up, then it'll push the header through that plastic and ruin your header. Or push it through the plastic and it'll go through your finger because they're not all even like a bed of nails. You've got one nail sticking up above the bed of nails. I've cut myself doing that very often. You go, God damn it, why isn't this thing going in? It's, ooh. So... Nice thumbnail. I approve of Doggo. The way that I found her this morning, my poor tortured dog, she obviously shows signs of abuse because if she takes even one step away from where I want her to be lying down, I get all flustered and annoyed. And then I reach for the remote for her illegal in Finland shock collar that costs $200 for some fucking reason. When for jokes, I bought a shock collar off of Amazon Prime Day for like $10 and it was fine. I could have shocked the dog with it. I didn't. We took it completely apart. This is actually before I owned Willow. This is my dog Willow. She's the one that's going to be receiving this horrible war crime of a collar that we're building. We're putting LEDs in her collar. This is her in her tortured state, feeling very unwelcome in my house. She is obviously in distress. And I will continue to deny that we're building a shock collar today, even though the evidence will mount that this is in fact a shock collar that I have a remote for. Now, this is an LED collar. I don't know who made it. Pedal say. It has an enclosure that's about this big. And an enclosure that's about this big is a great size for a Seed Studio Zhao and enough battery to run an LED strip for a couple of hours. So this is her nighttime walkies collar. I want her to be as visible as possible. And so it's not so much about letting the dog see, because she enjoys seeing things with her nose. It's so that some car that's approaching can see her. I miss my mutt. Thanks, that made me feel nice. Sorry about your mutt. I hope you can, well, I don't know what that entails. Never mind. If the dog died and I say, I hope you can see the dog soon, that's the worst. I can't say it. Don't say that. Oh my God. I'm going to go get my water before I dig myself a deeper grave. Jeez. That battery is really small. It's as big as it needs to be. I don't have a glass. I'm gonna drink directly from the pitcher today. I have a pitcher of water that's like a day old. Still got some video. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, our neighbor's dog is extremely old, and they're gonna have to make a decision soon because its quality of life is not great. And that's a hard decision to make. And I know we're gonna be in that situation at some point. It's a very tough decision. My brother and his Labrador, he prolonged putting the dog down for a long time, and that dog's didn't have a good quality of life. And you know, he realizes it in retrospect, but you certainly don't see it when you're in the moment. It's a very hard thing to do. It's a very human kind of situation there, and it's never easy. So, it's tough because you know the dog next door she's very old, and she caught whatever that condition is where the back legs don't work anymore. So exactly like my brother's lab, and so she requires a lot of special attention. And our neighbor is also getting old and cannot necessarily pick up a 40-pound dog all the time. So it's tough. Labradors are they're like velociraptors. They're crazy dogs until they get old. Like when they're a puppy, they're extremely cute, and then they get crazy and like, oh man. And then at the very end, you're like, oh my God, it was such a well-behaved dog. That's what my brother's dog was, Dozer. He was like that. He was a crazy pooch. Fun dog, though. 23. Damn. Boink. Okay, so we're just doing the easy stuff right now. I just need to solder pin headers to this thing. This is not going to be the one that ends up in the collar. I have 3. When you buy microcontrollers, especially for a project like that, it helps to have extras just in case we do the dumb thing and we put power through it backwards. These are $8 each, which is actually fairly expensive nowadays. That didn't used to be expensive. That used to be very, very cheap for a microcontroller. So, you know, maybe I don't buy a hoagie one day and that'll pay for this thing. And now that I'm on those super duper miracle drugs, which by the way, I've been on before, these miracle weight loss drugs, they simply work by virtue of the fact that they discourage you from feeling hunger. And it's not like cheating the system, because I am of a mind, and I believe this to be true, and I know some doctors agree with me, that people are broken. The avenues of addiction in the brain and food and the amount of carbohydrates that are in things and cornstarch, all that stuff is broken. It breaks you. And so my eating habits were broken. Some people can sit down with a bag of chips and watch TV and they're totally fine, but that's not me. And so what this allowed me to do is just stop with the snacks, skip meals, that kind of stuff. And that's stuff that I did as like a teenager. I just need to get back to, and a young adult, I just need to get back to doing that stuff. And I have, and I've actually started to lose a little bit of weight. Now we'll see. We'll see if it works or not. You know, some people just melt away. Some people, nothing happens. I believe that the people where nothing happens, they're not changing their habits. And it's hard because the meals are kind of like on a schedule here. That's a tough thing. The dinner is always going to be a kind of a problem. And so I got to work with that and portion better. I've got to recalibrate my portion size. But I'm also not trying to drop the weight rapidly because it's bad for you, like really bad for you. So I think this is a multi-layer board. I think this one's thicker than the other Zhaos. Really hard to change what you eat. Yeah, there's more to it than just calorie in, calorie out. But thin people tend to like to have this sort of, oh, I'm going to lord it over these. I'm thin because I know that if you eat less, you'll lose weight. It's like, well, okay, thanks for the reduction. I'm having joint pain due to nightshades. Nightshades, I don't know what that is. Nightshade, is it a poison? I'm not having joint pain, but I pulled a tendon in my leg. I think by putting my feet up wrong at my desk. I've got like a subwoofer that I put my feet up on. I think I put my feet up on it wrong, which is the first instance of bother having that old man, you know, I turned my head wrong and now I can't move my neck kind of thing. Oh, Willow just went nuts at something at the door. All right, so there's the Zhao. That's ready to start working for us. I kind of pressed down on it to make sure that it was down against the board. But look at the size of that PCB. I think it's got a thicker PCB because those pin headers barely even stuck out of this thing. Onions, peppers. What are we talking about? Why is that one giving me trouble? It's one of these right here on this row. I think it's the second one down. Oh, it's not even there? Something's going weird with it. There it goes. Okay, so this is where we're going to program things. I like to hang the USB header off of the back of the board. We don't have marked pinouts. I guess what I could have done, yeah, put this thing in upside down, and then we would have been able to see all of our pinouts. Of course, when it's upside down, I wouldn't be able to get to the programming button. Well, I don't know how often we're going to need the programming button on this. The battery thing we're not going to hook up yet. And then I don't think I'm going to need any of these guys. That's just a heat sink. Dun dun. That's just a heat sink. Dun dun. Stupid joke. Man, they're never even, are they? There's like 2 pins in between these two, I think. So they always make them evenly spaced and sized. And then your breadboard is 2 on one, 3 on the other. Changing eating habits in general. Yeah, you're right. And it's a lot of mental stuff. I've done it in the past, but the way that I did in the past is by taking external testosterone. So I do not have any competent suggestions to give on that front. No. You can talk all you want, chat. If there's only one chatter, I'm fine with it. It's not weird. Totally normal. All right, we're soldering pin headers, so there's just not a lot going on, you know. Yeah, with smaller streams like mine, there can tend to be like shifts of people chatting. So at the beginning of stream, there's not often a lot of people around, and having one singular person take up the entire narrative, it just happens, and I don't mind it at all. Oh, that's not it. That's wow. That is 3-dimensional. Whatever the hell happened there. Wait a sec. There we go. All right, so let's even this thing out. Sometimes I could put like a header there, and that would give me a level platform. This is an accelerometer, so I think I should do my best to get this thing level. Good enough. We'll use gravity to level. I opened up my gravity level. The other thing that I did this weekend was in the kitchen, we have one of those pull-out garbage things, garbage receptacles, the pull-out garbage cans on a slide, and the slides are as old as our kitchen remodeling, so it's like 7 or 8 years. May I ask, what makes lasers go bad? Is it just the diode going bad? Depends on what laser technology you're talking about. And I was using the laser level this weekend to do the slides for the garbage bins. I'll talk about it later, but what I should have done was just cut out a block of wood to the right height as the slides, and that would have, on my super expensive chop saw that I haven't really used for much lately, need to justify that purchase a little bit, geez. But anyway, with lasers, it depends on the technology. If you're talking about a diode laser, yeah, the diode can go bad. Dust can get on the front lens, and then the diode can, by virtue of the fact that it's lasing that dust, it can actually crack its own glass with the temperature gradient, or the dust can just dirty up that lens, that little tiny, like teeny tiny little lens on the laser diode. If it gets dusty, it can have bad effects. Usually they put stuff around it, like you'll have other windows on it, especially on like a green laser where you have this infrared component that they put at, there's like a lens at an angle that's in front of it. That's different though. On like a simple red laser, you're gonna have a collimating lens, and that'll work as your front lens. So there, typically if it's a visible light laser, you're not gonna have enough lasing power in order to turn dust into carbon. But things like oils and dusts can make your laser go bad. If you're overrunning the laser, diodes are so super sensitive. I'm going to take a big sip out of this big picture. Big picture. Because for some reason, my diaphragm feels the need to be like, bump, 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 while I'm trying to talk. Anyway, so diodes are really super duper sensitive. So if your laser's running a little bit too hot, or if it's just running hot in general, the heating and cooling cycles can tend to stress out some of the components within the diode and within the laser, the substrates and things like that. So eventually over time, that can go bad over a long time. LEDs have a certain usage life, and it's in the tens of thousands of hours for some are in the hundreds. But that is a service life, and so it will eventually go bad. And especially like any electronics, a heating and cooling cycle, static electricity is also a statistical probability of blowing away all of the silicon that surrounds your gold bonding wires, the microscopic hair-thin gold bonded wires that go from whatever's bringing in or out your current to the silicon substrate. Those are literally just pushed down, and the gold like squishes like Play-Doh, and that creates a cold weld. And so the interference, the interface on that cold weld, when there's a static electricity shock, blows away a little bit of the material every time, and eventually that can lead to it not working. That's why your very sensitive, containing millions of diodes, billions of diodes, your computer hardware goes bad from a static shock. So you try to mitigate the static to spread it out along the board and give it much larger traces to go through on a big ground plane. That's typically how you do it. But with a laser, yeah, people tend to be a little crazy with lasers. They'll overvolt them, they'll overpower them a little bit. It's really, the voltage is not the concern with the diode, it's the current. So you have a current, a fixed current power supply, so your voltages are swinging all over the place, but the amount of current that's flowing through that diode is steady. And so that extra energy is becoming visible light, and then it's getting bounced back and forth to be a laser. If you're overdoing it even by a tiny little margin, that will wear on the diode really fast. If you go 1 volt over what the diode is rated for, it can just be like, it'll be like, ah, and then it'll die. And it'll never work again. That's a diode. With other lasers, there's other things that go wrong with other lasers. Other lasers, if you've got a fluorescent tube and 2 mirrors, your mirrors are very, very sensitive to being in alignment. With the silicon on the diode, it's really well in alignment because we're really, really stupidly good at etching things, right? We can etch something with a completely parallel face onto things, and it'll never really vary, ever. Never really. It will not vary. With a like a helium neon laser, you've got a fluorescent tube, and then you've got a mirror on either side of the tube. One of them's partially mirrored, and the other one is fixed, and you have to align them perfectly to get the Doctor Strange multiple people in a row thing, the Jedi thing from the terrible Star Wars. But anyways, so if that goes out of alignment, it's a bitch to get those back together. I've done it before, but it's not an enviable task. That's how sort of a helium neon laser can go bad. Helium neon laser, you can just drop. It'll blow up. Or I don't know about the dissipation of the gases in glass. We've got some genuinely old neon in this world, so I don't know if that's the thing, if it can gas out after. I don't think it does, not through glass. Other lasers, ND Yagi and those weird ones, the crystal lasers with flash tubes on them. I don't know. I don't know. I just assume that dust gets to everyone at that point. But those are the ones that I can think of off the top of my head, the mechanisms of failure. We have one more thing to solder. I got to solder the microphone, which is on a weird button board. I don't know what that's all about. Maybe it's just for some other kind of prototyping system, or maybe they wanted it to be easy to add to clothing or something. I don't know. But yeah, let's add this thing. We need 2 3 ones. So I'll just cut this up. I think this is actually meant for it. Yeah, this is 2 3s. Whoa, that's lucky. That usually never works. No problem. I know a lot. I did a lot with lasers as a teenager. I learned a lot. Learned a lot of forbidden knowledge in books that were old. Forbidden knowledge. We're going to do this one upside down, just because the actual pickup for the microphone is on the other side. In Denmark, we have many years, large company that built electronic construction kits called Joystick. Joystick. I've never heard of that. An exciting world. Man, I used to know all those old circuit education toys. Those are always fun. Joystick in Denmark. You guys do good toys, don't you? So yeah, we're adding a microphone to this. We're adding an accelerometer to this. I hope this isn't just going to post stuff to MQTT, because that's kind of what some of the other plugins seem to do. Because there's like a thermometer plugin for wLED, and it was like, this publishes it to MQTT. I'm like, oh, it doesn't actually do stuff. There's also a battery plugin that has its own like preset that'll display battery status, which I don't know how we can utilize that. That was very effective. Good soldering all around. Thank you, everybody. It's good to be here. This is why I'm on Twitch. This is why I have 2 viewers on YouTube, and how many viewers on, well, I'm looking for the mouse. I got 3 monitors here, so the mouse hides. 37! And no comments at all. There's like nobody here these days. Everybody went outside. Good. I'm glad everybody went outside. My time slot that I've chosen for myself is also fairly awkward. It's sort of a European-friendly time slot. It's a bother-friendly time slot because it makes sure that I'm not idle all day. When stream stops, I just sit here with a blank expression. We're here, man. I know you guys are here. I know you're here. You guys are awesome. I appreciate you very much, the people who I do have. Now, at some point, not this year, but 2026, hopefully earlier in the months maybe, we can get Burn the Subs back up. And what I'll do is I will do my due diligence. I love saying that. I say that a lot. And contact Twitch HQ and get a time slot for the front page. Because no doubt they want to feature a Cyan text stream on their front page. And it might even be the default one. It'll be a special thing. And perhaps we will get quite a bit of fanfare for Burn the Subs. Now, Burn the Subs has ballooned out of control, and it's got way too many features, and I know this. We like your problems. Jeez. I try not to just bitch about my problems. You can always tell if somebody's been seeing a psychiatrist for most of their life if they immediately talk about some really personal problems with you in certain ways. You can tell. You can tell who's been to a psychiatrist for a while. I'm going to try this antenna because this is the antenna that I kind of want to use. I just randomly found it on the desk. I do have a variety. This is the Seed Studio one. You can barely see the traces on, but it does have a very interesting pattern, and I guess it is 2.4 gigahertz. I think this one is 2.4. This one says 4 PU on it. I don't know what that means, but typically antennas that I find that look like this are for 2G. Oh, you can see the pattern a little bit here. I don't know how good they are. All the RC car stuff that we did had an inverted planar F antenna on it. And I use the onboard antenna instead of a remote antenna like this. I wonder if I should look into doing a more remote antenna. I wish this one had an onboard, but I guess it probably had terrible reception. The other kind that I have that I would be tempted to use is this guy right here. This one is more of a traditional inverted planar F. You've got oh, this is a cell antenna. Never mind. I wouldn't. This one would not be the right bands. Can you believe that is somehow an antenna? It is dark evil magic. Antennas are. All right, so we've got the Zhao, we've got the accelerometer, we've got the microphone. I'll put on the stock antenna just because that's the one that came with it for now. We'll test with that one later. And so okay, let me show you guys the process here because this is apparently something that is a little bit more skilled than everybody gives it credit for, and they end up complaining about this later, but I've never really had trouble with these. These are surface mount antenna connectors. This is an RP connector, meaning reverse, I guess reverse polarity. See, in the past, the little nipple bit was in this piece. No, this one has always been like this. This is not an RPSMA. The RPSMAs switch the pin, and so they're crazy. I see no LEDs. There's a strip of 160 LEDs that is sitting right behind, but you wouldn't know because it's only 2.7 millimeters wide. Incredible. We're getting there. We're getting to the LEDs. Anyway, so people complain about these things all the time. I guess these aren't RP. I think I've seen versions of these where the pin was in this housing and this one was like accepting of the pin, like a little swoop-de-hoop. I don't know. Anyway, this is the typical one that you see on these things. They're kind of a cop-out. You can kind of just place them down on a surface mount thing and then relegate everything to this little coaxial cable where you'll eventually find either an antenna or just a piece of wire. A piece of wire would be perfectly fine for this thing to have. So anyway, what we're going to do is we are going to just barely put this thing on top of the swoop-de-hoop and let it just sit there, right? And it'll kind of not be able to move anymore. Like I'm pulling on it, it kind of like stopped itself. And so from there, I'm just going to push down evenly on the housing and then start cursing at it because it doesn't quite go down. No. I could do this with my finger. Just push down on the housing and rock it to the sides just a little tiny bit. So I'm applying kind of like a circular pressure on it, and there it is. That's seated. It won't make it won't be like a huge pop, but you will feel it kind of click. It clicks into place, and if you're pressing on this whole thing, then you're going to be pressing down over here, and what that'll do is that will put uneven pressure on it and cause it to pop out. You want even pressure on this part alone, so a pencil eraser works pretty well for this. I used the sort of shoulder of the pin tool to give me just like a little bit of a push, or your finger in kind of like a circular way, and that pops it into place. So that is in place, and then to test it, what I'll do is I'll just move it side to side and make sure that it doesn't immediately pop off. So that is seated, that is connected, that's our antenna. It's bigger than the actual micro. This is Zhao ESP32C3. This is more brain than my dog's collar should ever know, but it is the right size. It takes wLED and it is able to run things pretty well. So we will test this out as the brain for Willow's thing. Plus, this has some extra sleep modes that we might be able to utilize in order so that this can be on a battery. Oh yeah, the whole reason we use this, the entire reason we used it, I just remembered, is because this actually does have battery hookups on the back of the Seeed Studio Zhao. So we can hook the battery up directly to the microcontroller. We don't have a lot of dead weight. No, this was $8. $8 each, which is fairly expensive these days, but not in the overall grand scheme of things. I don't know how much the dog collar cost or what that dent is in the battery, but yeah, the $8 for the microcontroller. And it's an ESP32. That's like crazy. Not a lot of pinout on it though. What are you doing? Oh, I already read that one. In the past, you used to be able to tell because they had metal electrodes sticking out of their brain. And now you have to analyze their personality and whatnot. Things have changed. I don't remember what I was talking about. Okay, so anyway, we got those things. We don't know how to hook them up yet. We're going to have to look at the plugins. Seriously, if I could do that with the GPS. No, but the thing is, in this neighborhood, I kind of want to do that, because if we can make a Wi-Fi handoff for okay, so things that would need to happen if I suddenly become a Twitch millionaire, which boy would I love to do that. Hey, can you guys make me a Twitch millionaire now? I've been streaming for like 10 years. I've been streaming since 2019, actually. It's been longer. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, okay, 6. Can I be a millionaire now? No? Okay. I guess I'll just get back to it. If I become a Twitch millionaire, one of the things that I would like to do is use the Ponagachi and put it into the clusters of mailboxes around this neighborhood for a fixed amount of time and let it break into as many Wi-Fis. You need to modify the Ponagachi with stuff that's actually kind of illegal to have it actually figure out what Wi-Fis are. But I could do that, and then I could get all of the neighborhood's Wi-Fi. Neighborhood's a big circle on the side of a hill. So if I got all of those, I could either the 1/10th scale or the 1/20th, 1/26th scale RC car, modify it to use Wi-Fi instead of the radio, put a camera on it, and then use my sim setup to drive it around outside. I think that would be hilarious to do. It would be immediately doxing though. And if the handoff was smooth enough, we could go around the circle very quickly. Probably get taken out by a car eventually, or just like a stone would flip the car. And yeah, all right, anyway, jumper wires. So we're gonna need to power everybody. We're gonna need wLED to exist on this thing, and then we're gonna need to figure out what our pinouts are for the plugins. So let's look up the plugins first. Let's get rid of some of the distraction. You guys got to remind me about NewTube at some point. Battery status, we're not messing with yet. Get rid of that. This is where we're going to configure our firmware. Here are the plugins. Oh, that's for battery, right? I think so. Yeah, user mod battery. Deep sleep user mod. ESP32C3 Super Mini pinout, and they show the wrong side of the... Why would you do this? Oh, but this is 32 Super Mini. We're not using that. That's just our research. This is a battery life calculator that we don't need at the moment. So this would be analog, I2S digital. This is the one we have. And here are the pins that we're plugging it into. wLED controller. Huh, interesting. There's a lot of options here. Okay, so we're doing this one, but we're doing it on the on a different platform. Let's so Seed Studio Jow ESP32C3 pinout. Sheesh, that was a lot of typing. Any competent microcontroller platform will have a little pinout diagram. Where is it? Okay, close that. Images. Can I go to the original image here? The plugin that gave me that button back is gone. We don't get cell phone service in the whole neighborhood here. I don't know what those look like, those hookups. One thing that I do want to learn is how to get like an RC setup that runs off of, you know, like a Steam Deck. I wonder how they're doing that with like drones and stuff. If they're programming like their own complicated app or something. There have to be like free resources that you can use in order to make an RC controlled by like a tablet, because that would be the alternative. Maybe for the 126 is that I use that. Well, the camera that Louis gave me was analog, that Louis suggested that I buy was analog, but putting like something with a digital camera on it, like, you know, something like a cell phone. I wouldn't want an entire cell phone sitting on this thing. Putting like something like a cell phone on this and being able to control the RC stuff with the tablet controls. I wonder what that takes. It's probably just like a series of software that I don't have, maybe a little bit of hardware, but it would be very cool to be able to just have my tablet controlling it and be able to see out of the front window. That would be very neat. Okay, so here's our pinout. We've got our pinout, and now we just have to figure out what's connected where. I guess the pins are configurable, I was seeing. Let's see, for the audio example here, yeah, you just set the pins. So, I mean, we'll just 26 and 3 and, you know, just the ones that are compatible with I2S. Let's see if they mark out I2S on this pinout. We have I2C, we don't have I2S. It's likely that they're going to not use like an I2S engine like the Teensy does. This isn't even the right one. Wait a minute. Why is there an RGB LED there? Hold on a minute. I do kind of wish we had the RGB LED, but we have this one. It's a much more powerful microcontroller. We don't need a much more powerful microcontroller. That's the annoying part. Yeah, I could crack Wi-Fi passwords with this thing while Willow bounds around the neighborhood. She doesn't go for walks around the whole circle. The whole circle's like half a mile, and she likes to kind of stick to our little area because we're at an intersection where there's a lot of activity. So she doesn't have to go anywhere. She can just hang out, and all the dogs come to her. Very spoiled. TX and RX, I think I want to avoid. MISO, MOSI, serial clock, maybe. SDA and SCL, we kind of want to avoid, and I don't think we're going to be using the analog pins. Kenneth says, electronics is an exciting world. Building my first 3-watt Pirate FM transmitter for 107 megahertz in 1979. Shake down. That's awesome. Were you wire wrapping it, or were you using solder? Because all the 70s electronics that I've run into that were custom built were from like a research operation where they would use copper-clad board and literally scrape off traces in order to solder down surface mount electronics to the flat plane without drilling through it. It was very cool, rudimentary stuff, though. Okay, GPIOs and stuff like that. So that's our list of GPIOs. And so I am looking to do, where did that go? This example, let's pull that up to the front. And they are connecting to, geez, ESP32 room 32. I mean, obviously we're not going to be connecting to the same pins. I just want to make sure that the pins are compatible. Oh, here we go. Yeah, SD can be any GPIO. WS and SCK can be any GPIO, but below 34, less than 34. We have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 21, 10, 9, 8, and 20. None of these are any GPIO below 34, I guess. It's or did it say but? But I don't know what that means. But rule 34. You're just talking about wire wrapping. I got appreciation for that old-timey stuff. Yeah, wire wrapping still comes in handy for the stuff that we do. Sometimes I need to connect to things and I don't have a lot of space, or we just, want small wiring on things, and these solid core wire wrapping wires are mighty, mighty useful. We use these to build perforated prototyping circuits, but also sometimes in temporary setups, if I've got little teeny tiny little things that I need to solder to on like a board that we're trying to hack, I will solder to that and then go over to the solderless breadboard using wire wrapping techniques, because wire wrapping is extremely dense. It's very useful. It is a nice way to not have to bust out the soldering iron, and these wire wrapping wires don't like being soldered all that much. But wire wrapping gives you a slight flexibility to the lines. All right, so we're doing microphone first. Microphone, saxophone. All right, this thing first. Let us get the breadboarding kit. Why is this? Okay, this breadboard fucking sucks. Hold on. I'm mad. I'm mad now. This thing has been used for so much stuff that it is starting to show like age, and that some of these holes, the little clips inside of them are not clipping. Because you see, in a solderless breadboard, you've got these clips, these five position clips. Here, we can kind of see through this. You can kind of see the structure of it. So if we're looking through the side of the breadboard, there are 5 positions typically that are connected to one another. They're done that by just a folded piece of metal, and so it creates this little pincer. And the little pincer can get kind of damaged, or it can get shifted to the side, and stuff can just go wrong. They're in their own little like trough inside the plastic thing. If you've got tryptophobia, my stream is not for you. But yeah, the little clippies, they just sort of grippy the thing. They can give you a little pinch, pinch. And so that can go wrong, and it can not accommodate. These square headers are like the darling of the breadboarding world. See that? They're just these little strips. And then on the edges, you have continuity all the way down the strip, so you can run power lines. But eventually they go bad and they get very frustrating. So let's get a new one of these. I don't need to suffer through because these are cheap. Kind of unfortunately cheap, but they are cheap. And I just bought a set, so here's a brand new one. Well, this one looks like it's old. It's got, the plastic looks kind of worn on this one. Maybe it's just been sitting for a long time. Actually, weren't the new ones in a package? Curious. Okay, well, anyway, we'll just use this one. Brand new. Shiny and all that. That plugs in a little nicer. Is that an antenna on your floor, or are you just happy to see me? No, it's an antenna on the floor. Drop down. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so let's get to setting this thing up. So I need one of these breadboarding kits, and as great as it is to always save these little wires, little pieces of segments of wires, you know, the kits are very cheap, and the wires in the kits are very cheap, and they break a lot. So I do a little bit of saving of the stuff. I do have like a generic. This is like the bin of all the scraps, but sometimes you don't want to waste time. So just buying a new kit and using it until you like start to run out of stuff is usually the tactic. The ones that I run out of the most are the ones that jump from the power rails. Let's see, we are reusing these though. These are the power and ground connections. So I'm going to go minus to minus and then plus to plus. And you got to be wary about whether or not they flip sides as they go from one to the other. This is actually blocking too much. I'm going to use... Do I have any oranges? I don't know oranges in this kit. Huh. Maybe blues will will do it. Going down. And then over. We'll bend around this. Wait, where are my wire? Here they are. Actually, very useful in this kind of stuff is one of these tools. And I know not everybody has one of these. You can print tools that'll help you sort of do the tasks that this does, but this is a way to measure from hole to hole and then bend wires in accordance to that. It's very useful for certain types of prototyping, but it is a tool that Pace manufactures, and it's got a patent, and it's like super expensive for a piece of plastic. Otherwise I would have bought a new one. Way too expensive for what it is. So I'm just going to make this fancy because I can. Okay, and then I'm messing it up. I'm messing it up. How far do I want that to be? It's got to be like that. So, and then that's too long. I can feel it too long. Daft Punk song. That's a little short, but I think it'll work. There we go. Oh, yeah, it's not even... What the... It somehow didn't get into the clip. I could feel it. It was way too loose in there. Okay, if I could do them both like this, that would be nice. We'll take maybe that one will be minus. Oh, I bent it wrong. Dang it. Stupid ding. Okay, so it needs to be shorter. Like that. And then that needs to be a little longer. I'm being fiddly because it's a new breadboard and I want it to be nice. I just want it to work out, you know? I just want it to be nice. I should 3D print something that I can just... Or make like a circuit board that does this, because this is a little bit much. I rarely use some of these like super long wires, so it's good to kind of cut them to length and use them up on something. It's always fun to have color coordination working out for you. Okay, and then, well, let's do this. And this. And then this. There we go. Cool. Hey, look at that. That's smart. You have a nice workshop, very well equipped. Thank you. You're only seeing a little bit of it. There's a lot more going on here. I've got 3 monitors up in front of me and a big rack full of equipment over there and a picture of my dog. I only have a picture of my dog. She doesn't actually come on to stream anymore because I don't think she really appreciates me sitting here and yelling at the furniture all day. By the way, you can kind of tell where the camera is in my shop if you come in here, because everywhere that's not on camera is even more chaos than you're seeing, and it's stuff that I don't want to like have seen on camera. So there's like glasses that I drank something out of, and like my plate from lunch is sitting like just off camera. Like I control the visuals quite a bit in here. In the future, I would like to have LED, like cool LEDs things going on the wall. That's kind of what like Bruce Green did with his setup. I used to watch a lot of Funhouse, way too much. And I started streaming, and so did they. But I mean, Bruce, the direction that he sort of took his stream in, he has these like hexagon LED panels on the wall, and it makes it look, it's a little streamery for me. But what I've done in the past is I've used this stuff, the LED strips, in order to create good visuals over a lot of spread out LEDs. And I would like to bring that back in a sense. And so I'll have to work with it in the future, but I mean, with this wLED stuff, I can get these running some really nice patterns. And that's sort of where the dog collar idea came from, because I ordered Willow a dog collar for our night walks. Our night walks take us around the corner of the driveway, which is a corner that people whip their cars around without really looking properly. And they can't look properly because there is a very tall shrubbery that sits at that corner. So it's a stop sign and a right turn. And then I'm sitting there with Willow. So I need to have her be as visible as possible at night. She doesn't like run away if I let go of the leash or anything, right? She's a very good dog. She stays with me. And that's not through training. That's just how she naturally is. If something happens that she doesn't understand, she will break off of the leash and run to the nearby location of whatever's going on, stop and look back. I've known this from a couple incidents when we were walking. You know, there was a time that I sort of like stumbled and stepped on something and it scared her, and she went back and looked back. So it's perfect instinct for a dog. She's a wonderful, wonderful puppy. But I want her to be visible nonetheless. So even though she doesn't really get herself into trouble, she's a corgi and she's not very tall. She has these short little stumpy little legs. And so at night I put this extra collar on her. Not extra, she doesn't typically wear a collar. She's chipped and we use a harness because harnesses are so much more, they're so much better, and you're not crushing the dog's windpipe. But this leash will go on her. We do not use the loop on the leash. This is for emergencies. And then boom, she should be like a disco queen. She will be illuminated extremely by this thing. So this is just a generic LED dog collar that I got. It had its own LED strip in it that has white LEDs, but they're spaced out like this far. So it made a neat looking collar, and it was bright and it was white, but with wLED, we can make it really pop. As long as we have fun, it's fine. I have a 20 square meter room filled with electronics. Yeah, that's, workshop surfaces are a thing, and I like my butcher block table because the butcher block table can take a ton of abuse and then you just sand it down. I have not done that with this table. That table back there is a book. How do I point? Oh, wait. There we go. That table right there, that was back when butcher blocks were relatively cheap. And then I put water locks on it, which is a tung oil finish, and let that really sink in. And the days that I did that, I bought this beer from the supermarket, because our supermarket apparently can be classified, Pennsylvania's weird liquor laws, and our supermarket literally installed a bar. And those early days, this is like just before the pandemic, there were like old guys that would hang out at the supermarket and have a pint. Like, what? What are you gonna go buy? Are you gonna go buy salami? Like, what are you doing? You gonna go get some sandwich rolls and maybe like a fish? What are you doing? Why are you drinking at the supermarket? Why is this your pub? I'm I'm gonna go get some cereal and watch the game at the bar. What? Anyway, the tech version of the safety yellow vest, yeah, only she'll be running like cool patterns. Anyway, so I bought this beer that was from a Manayunk brewing place. I guess all of those craft beer places are cooling off a little bit. Iron Brew is shutting down apparently in not Earn Brew, but the Iron Brewery in Manayunk. This is, where are they? I think they might be around here. Anyway, one of these like famous craft breweries is actually shutting down in the Philly area. But anyway, this is back when the craft brews were doing amazing because everybody was about to be locked in. I guess when all the millennials were going out to bars, that's what it was. But I made a mistake because back then, and still kind of now, people are over hopping everything. Everything is hops, 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 hops. Hops are kind of the psychedelic component to beer, right? They're what give it the body and the bitter. It's got a bitterness to it to sort of work with the cloying sweetness of all the grains. And so people decided to just hops, 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 hops. Let's literally eat raw hops while drinking our beer. I don't know why. Maybe they wanted something that was more akin to liquor where it like hurts to drink. I don't know. But either way, I made the mistake of buying this beer called Resin Beer from a Manayunk brewery. And I was, all right, let's support local things. And so I do the resin table cast. And so the air is filled with just the nastiest smells ever. And I didn't have proper ventilation. And I was sitting there miserable after doing this. I put plastic down and everything, and I still dripped resin on the floor. Coated the table, sat down at my computer, like just suffering. My nostrils were burning, and it was just not a good place to be. And I open up this beer and take a sip, and it tastes exactly like the varnish. I didn't get any varnish in my mouth, so I don't know exactly what it tasted like, but if the varnish could have a taste, it would be this beer. This was a horrible, super hopsy beer that tasted like glue. It tasted like some form of epoxy. It was just nasty. It was the worst experience ever. But anyway, that's the work surfaces in here. When you've got a shop like this, work surfaces are pretty important, and nature abhors a vacuum in a shop. So if there is absolutely any space at all for anything to exist, it will exist on top of your workshop surfaces. I wish I had more space. Again, the shop is like a goldfish, and it'll just expand to the size of the container that you have. And I've been fighting that for a long time. I need to really go through and clean up everybody here and make sure that everything is in the right place. Okay, so we have a recommendation on what pins we can use. The SD can be on any GPIO. WS and SCK can be any GPIO, but less than 34. Now, here's what I dislike about any of tutorializing like this. They really should tell us the function of the pin, because less than 34 does not give us the right information. Maybe it's in the article, and I'm just refusing to read the article, so it might be on me. But generally, I really dislike when they do things where they don't tell me, what pin is what. Now, we're going to be powering the rails up with 5 volts. So where do we power our Raspberry Pi? Let's hook everybody up to power, and then we can worry about what pins are what. So 5 volts into there, and then we'll ground into there. So those 2 pins we need to hook up. Cool. Bother, why does it take you goddamn 5 hours to put together the simplest of circuits? Well, because I'm doing it on Twitch. And when you do it on Twitch, things take time. Can we get away with moving this back? I'm going to move this back by a couple pins so that our jumps to power are very quick. Yeah, so when you stream projects on Twitch, things take a long time. And it's just something I have had to reconcile with, and it's something that confuses people to this day. And they wonder why Burn the Subs has been down for 3 years. Well, it's because Burn the Subs is a very big project, and it takes a very big boy to put it together. These are too big, but I am running out of jumpers in this kit. I think I need to get one of the alternative kits of wires, which are somewhere around here. I thought they were over there. There's a couple like over here somewhere. Let's see over here. Wiring kits. A lot of the modular synthesizer stuff utilize the breadboard in a good way. I mean, using these parts is you know, that's good. This one's also beat. I may have to order new jumper kits as the number of breadboards that I'm utilizing in the shop multiplies. These easy little hobby electronics projects use a lot of this technology. But we like easy little BS hobby electronics projects because then I can show progress on something. I can actually get something together, put it together, talk about relevant things, you know, talk about stuff while I'm working, and then we have like an actual stream where I'm talking to you guys and we actually accomplish something. Oh. All right, power and ground. So 5 volts to the 5-volt pin, that'll get us through the voltage regulator on this board. I don't know how much the voltage regulator can take, but we're not really giving it a full meal. We don't need all of that voltage regulator. There's Willow barking again. I wish she spent more time down here. I can understand why she wouldn't like me yelling at the furniture all day, but having the puppy's presence on stream is always nice. She used to come down here when I take her for like a midstream walk, and then she would do her tricks. The tricks that I do with her after, that's not gonna work, after every walk, because she has some cute ones. We were teaching her to lie down, and teaching a corgi to lie down is tough because you're a human being and the corgi is a corgi and they have these little tiny short legs. And if they don't really want to lie down, you don't see them not lying down. So I was sitting on the floor, so I had a better perspective of the whole thing, and trying to get her to lie fully down on command, and she was getting frustrated with me pushing her down. I was like, come on, you gotta, just come on. So I'm pushing her down, and she's getting belligerent, and she starts buffing at me. She's going, barf, 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 like getting really frustrated. It was very cute, but that was perfect, and I told her, good speak. And so we were actually able to pivot that into her speak command. It's her cutest command. It's by far the best one she can do. When I tell her to speak, what she does is she starts jumping a little bit and buffing at me. Barf, barf, barf. It is hilariously cute, and it doesn't make an ear-piercing bark, because her bark can make your ears ring if she really wants to. Maybe we should do this the other way around. That way all of this stuff is facing the right direction. Perhaps making our jumps a little bit easier. But she would do that for the camera, and it was great. It was very, very cute. Okay, so VDD and ground is over here. I'm glad they don't do VSS and VDD, because those are confusing. I know there's a place to use those, but when they do, it's just confusing. You know, let's just move the antenna out of the way. That antenna is going to be very annoying. So I need another red or green and yellow wire. The green and yellow makes the perfect distance jump for the power hookup. And unfortunately, that means that they are the most desired jumper colors in the kit. So they're very hard to find. There's that one. Find a green. These are color-coded by length. And you know, you can cut your own custom. You can buy a reel of this stuff, of this type of wire, and just cut your own. But you guys saw how long that took me a minute ago. I can't find a green one for the life of me. It's like looking for Lego in the bin. Maybe orange. Here, orang. Maybe orang will be enough. Orang looks longer though. We'll see. If it's VCC and ground, I don't really need much else. I don't need other stuff to fit in. Try to straighten these because they're all bent, because these are ones that I've used previously. When we do the modular synthesizer stuff, that's what really takes up all the hardware. We'll do ground as orange because it's the weird color. And then yellow I associate with power just because of computer power color schemes. So there's VDO, well, this is ground, and then here's VDO. VDO. All right, we got those two. So now we have a left-right clock. We have a, I forget what WS is, and then serial clock, and then SD. Although left-right, we really shouldn't need in this setup because it's just a single microphone. So what do we have over here? We have, we're hooking them all up, aren't we? 21 for serial clock. I think we have access to 21. It's in that corner. All right, even though that's TX, I'm still gonna hook it up. Yeah, where are my jumpers? Where am I going? So I'm going from here to here. Will's on about something. I don't know what her deal is. That was right. What am I looking for? Is that gonna do it? No, this one might do it. Here, let's remove the antenna for now. Really what I should have done is gotten the tweezers in there and popped it up. But so SCK going down and over to here. Just heard a big thud upstairs. I wonder what's going on. WS, what do they want to go to? Where did, oh yeah. WS. YNZ IO5. IO5 is 2345. So that's the middle. It's 4 from 4 and 3, D3. Of course, if I installed this thing upside down, then we would have been able to see what I was doing. Need that other kit for the middle lengths, the hookup wire length. Oh, it's even missing those. Oh my God, these kits annoy me. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's IO5. And that one's going to W's. I'm not too concerned about wire lengths in this. This is fine. It's a little sloppy, but LR clock probably doesn't need anything special. It can probably just be any IO. But we won't rock the boat until we know what's in the boat. So LR clock, oh, just going to ground. Okay, because it's always going to be, it's just a one-channel microphone. So that one's going to go over to ground. So I just need a little tiny little goober. Actually, I don't need a goober for that. I can just put one of these guys in. Why do I have Bucklington's intro music stuck in my head? It's like the milk toastiest elevator music possible. And yet somehow it's stuck in my head. Stupid musical brain. Oh, Lines and Squares is leaving. That's illegal. That is illegal. You're not allowed to... Okay, so SD would be what, like audio data? That one they have going into IO 26. Do we even have 20? I don't think we have 26 on this one. 21, 20, yeah, we don't have 26. So we just got to choose like a pin, I guess. What did it say about, it said something about SD, didn't it? WS and serial clock can be any GPIO, but less than 30. I don't know what that means. SD, oh, but it has to be less than 34. I wish they would have explained that properly. We don't even have access to anything above 34. SD can be any GPIO pin. So we'll just go to whatever's convenient for SD. Which I guess, I don't know, that one's an analog pin, but I guess we could just go to it. Which means probably Tabun. Oh, I guess we'll go a pin up from that. Sure. There you go. Okay, so supposedly that's the microphone hooked up. We will also need just a GPIO to run the LEDs. So that can just be any. we'll just do like, I don't know, D8 to 8. So that means over here with my test setup, I don't know if we'll cut the strip yet. Oh, hold on, it's like buried under stuff. These are cool. These are 2.7 millimeter thick strips. And they're very bright and they're very vibrant LEDs. You can fit a lot of these can fit in a lot of crazy places. A lot of crazy places. Put them onto the breadboard. All I'm doing is just jumpering into the connector. So we've got a data line here that'll be on D8. So this one right here. And then I've got ground. All right, coming around. Ground and then power. And then that's our test setup. We've got 160 LEDs on this thing. I do not think I'm going to be loading my dog up with 160 LEDs. I don't think the battery would last very long, and I think maybe all of the electronics might get a little too hot, but this is going to be our setup for testing the deep sleep mode as well as these two sensors that I want to add to things. So we're starting with the microphone, because that's sort of the linchpin of this whole operation, is that if my dog barks, I want to have something cool happen. I may have to manually program what happens, but in the meantime, I also need to know what it takes in order to program the Seeed Studio Xiao. Now, if I wanted to reduce the length of this antenna, these are very easy to work with. I've got a bunch of tools that I can strip it with, but generally what you do is you cut the outside sheath, then you cut the copper away. You don't have to do it in a circle. You can kind of move the copper sheathing over to one side if you need to, and then you can cut away the whatever that's called. What was that called again? Not dielectric. It has a name, but the centerpiece. You would cut the thing around that, and then you get that little end. Now I have a couple tools that let you rotate a razor blade around it in order to immediately expose those parts. So I'll get those out at some point when we're packaging this thing up. But right now, this is our test setup. We've got power and ground coming in through these two, and now I need to learn how to program a Seeed Xiao. Now what I want to do is I want to put this power and ground in a place where it'll be easy for me to rip it up again, just in case something bad is happening. I'll put it in this corner, even though that's probably not recommended, but it does get all of my sort of insert wires in one spot, and it doesn't have anything blocking down here. So if I need to, I can reach up and pluck these guys, hopefully without burning my hand. You know, things happen on breadboard setups like this. I'll connect things backwards very frequently. So what I like to do is keep things sort of really neat and clean. That's why we spent that much time doing my jump down here, just so that things don't go super wrong. And if they do, I've got the ability to undo things without ripping everybody up. I need to stand for a minute. Oh, my tendons. Oh, my tendons. I don't know what I did, man. This has been like 4 days of pain, but my leg is better than it was. It sort of when I wake up in the morning, it's like really super stiff. If I move it at all, it hurts. But now, mid-morning, it'll come back to me. So, all right, Seeed Xiao wLED. XI Xiao ESP32C3 wLED. wLED Xiao Seeed Studio, etc., etc., etc. Yes. I could have gotten this one that has a camera on it. I wonder if this with the camera. No, there would be no way. There'd be no way you'd get a competent throughput on that to get like video on the. For me, it's the Legion, the Lenovo Legion. I probably should have gotten a Steam Deck, but I got the Legion and put KDE on it. It's really good. I like it a lot. I haven't had much opportunity to use it this year, but if I'm ever in a situation where I need a laptop, that thing's great. All I needed to do is do the BMW programming. That would be awesome. Demo video, getting started. flashing software, ZAO3C3 to control digital analog LED. Process includes connecting the ZAO to a computer using an online installer to load wLED configuration, Wi-Fi settings, setting up the hardware as per the BA. Here, click here. This project, Goku X, ooh, repairs and enhances a malfunctioning ring light using a ZAO wLED. The process includes diagnostics, replacement, designing a 3D printed and custom, Goku's tutorial here. Now, what I would like to use is the configuration thing. There's like a, oh, we have, this is the Goku X one. Or no, this isn't Goku X, this is the other one. This is the ring light one. The wLED online compiler. Step 1, select software. wLED source fork. Sound reactive. Oh, moon modules is what we want because we actually are adding modules to it, right? Or do we want just the original? Oh my God, main. And then ESP32 dev C3. 32 C3 dev. There we go. I don't have that. Whoa boy, don't need that. Don't need to look at that. Step 1A. Compile build details. Redefine flash mode, flash frequency, flash size, MCU type. Redefine. No, we don't need to redefine anything. Yeah, we're going to leave that alone. That's 1A. That's an optional. Advanced users apply special hacks or tweaks. Increase the number of 2-pin LED buses from 1 to 4. No. Use with DMX. No. Select options. Over the air, Wi-Fi, add delay, add DMX. We're not touching any of this stuff. We might disable Alexa support, but I'm just going to leave this alone for right now. Default button pin, default relay pin. I don't think I'm setting a default button pin yet. We're going to have to see about the low power options. I just want to try the accessories first. Max number of LEDs. No, we're not messing with any of that stuff. Define the SSID and password. So mine is glorious PCMR and then dead beef. Okay. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Yeah, default Wi-Fi SSID and password. Okay, cool. User mods. Oh boy. So what are we, hold on, let's go back over to this one. What are you controlling this with? That's stairs. I don't need stairs. We're looking at audio. I2S digital microphone. Hook it up. Commercial controllers. This one is for audio reactive wLED. So back to the configurator. Where is it? Audio reactive for use with 0.15 wLED version. Audio reactive for use with older air cookie. For use with greater than or equal to 0.15. Okay, so audio reactive. And then we're not going to add the other ones yet. We're gonna pile it on. Because we don't even know if we're going to be able to flash wLED like this. I don't know what the steps are. We're going to deep sleep eventually, but not yet. Clock generated configuration. Ignore if you don't know what that is. Okay. Start compiling and download SD when finished. Install compile SD directly via USB optionally. Your browser is not yet supported for installation via USB. So I can't, this isn't a Chrome browser, so I can't do that. So I'll just do the compile build. You compile on a public server where anybody can see your data. However, you've defined your personal Wi-Fi. Oh no! You literally have to be standing outside. I deal with this a lot because we don't have like any cell phone reception in the neighborhood. And for some reason, I think they probably use that metal surface drywall in these houses, or whatever that installation is, where there's like a metal, like a mylar on the outside, because boy, do radio signals do not leave these houses at all. It is very difficult to get Wi-Fi. You can get it very close to the house. So my personal Wi-Fi is being generated just off to my right, and it barely reaches my Wi-Fi thermometer at the smoker, which sits on the patio right outside of that window. You would have to be breathing the same air that I am in order to be literally breathing in the carbon dioxide that I'm breathing out in order to be able to steal my Wi-Fi. Ignore and start compiling. I've had viewers go, hey, we can just look up your Wi-Fi SSID and figure out where it is on a map. And I'm like, ooh, that sounds fun. Let me do it. Opened it up and it said I was in Ohio. So a shopping center in Ohio. You got me. You got me. I am in fact a shopping center in Ohio. Job is being executed. Okay. Did it download yet? No, it's not download. We're just waiting for this thing to compile. Pretty useful tools. If you have a Chrome-based browser, you can go onto these things and actually download, like directly program your USB device through it. It was all the rage with like hobby projects recently. Well, 10 years ago, was to use these Chrome plugins, and then you could program your quadcopter on a web page. I don't know if I really agree with it. I appreciate having a little app to do it, but I guess what works, works. It takes 5 to 10 minutes usually. Whew, that's pretty heady. Well, if it lets me get the plugins on there working properly, then I'm okay with it. And then I don't know, the ESP32, if I plug it into the computer with a USB cord, which let me get the cable right now. If I plug it into the USB, traditionally, I remember it would show up as like a drive, and then I would put the file on the drive and then just reset it. But I think I need to hold down one of the buttons when I plug it in. So we got to look up like a Seed Studio Zhao programming tutorial thing. I remember that little programmer. Bought this little programmer and it's like super advanced. What's up, Short Lurker? I hate the down bad emote. I bought this little like, I don't know, fake programmer to try to hack my insulin pump. And Cheesy Popcorn, how you doing? I'll have to catch up with the guy who's doing that. He's got a couple pumps and he wants to try to hack them. Like, if you need any extra pumps, you let me know. You let me know. I'll hook you up. I got stacks of the things. But he's going to try to get the microcontroller off and put it onto its own breakout board, which would be pretty cool. I thought I had a shorter USB-C somewhere around here, but I guess this is the one that I've been using to program stuff. So far, we've figured out that this new LED strip is really, really, really extra good looking. And it'll probably be what I use in the leash. It's very small. It's 2.7 millimeters. So the suggestion was that I cut out something like soda bottle plastic in like a strip that'll fit inside of the leash, and then I could do side-by-side rows. We're going to try just with one row right now. This one row that I have is 160 LEDs. It was doing some really, really good-looking patterns. So what we're doing now is we are getting the microcontroller that's going to end up in the dog collar, the Seed Zhao ETH something. Hey, Cyanide Tech, how you doing? Seed Studio Zhao ESP32C3. The Zhao is a particular form factor that lends to this very, very well. It will only need to be shaved down a little bit, and I hope that the super thick circuit board that they used here will take to a little bit of filing, because I would like it to fit in here. This is just barely, like, maybe I just do like a machine cut down here in order to fit that in, but it does fit. And it has, not this one, but the one that I'm going to put in has 2 terminals on the back of it to hook up the battery. so that we can get battery functionality in this thing. And that fits into this cloth thing. You can buy all kinds of colors of this. The pedals say LED collar, and it's got the cheap thing, and you can pop open that box, and you got a nice, decently sized battery, and the Zhao will run wLED. I want, at the very least, to have a microphone involved with this. So right now, we've hooked everything up in the way that we believe it should be. We have not defined any pinouts. We have not flashed wLED yet. My power's hooked up to 5 volts. That's ready to go. We're going to give it 4.7. But the microphone, the I2S microphone, is all hooked up. Everybody's got all their appropriate ground and whatever digital pins. We're ready to flash this thing. We've gone on to the configurator. We've given it my SSID and password publicly on stream. Everybody knows and can hack into my Wi-Fi now. And we hit compile. And we hit compile. 5 to 10 minutes. So we're just kind of waiting for something to happen here. I've been as distracting as I can possibly be, but this is literally just a waiting room simulator now. When I did my topiary sphere headgear with LEDs surrounding the whole thing, I really wish I had wLED. It didn't exist back then, or if it did, it was in a fledgling state, because this was many, many, many years ago that I did this. The topiary sphere was awesome. I did some LifePo batteries that were like this big, powering it, and they were on either side of my head. So it had all this weight to it. Nowadays, I could probably do like a power bank that's like this big, and it would power it for just as long. I got like 4 hours out of a set of batteries. So for the entire 8-hour party that I went to, I had another set of batteries waiting in the car. So I went out to the car and I swapped batteries, and then I was still this really bright topiary sphere thing. And that was actually that was back when I was taking testosterone, so I lost all the weight. It was awesome. I looked great, and I was very bright. I used this microphone. This is an analog microphone, but it's hooked up to the MSEQ7, I think it is, 7-band EQ chip. You know, like they show on CD players and stuff, where you've got the frequency bands bumping up and down on the display? This is how you do that if you've just got a simple microcontroller, or if you're super clever and you've got like a 555, I don't know. Anyway, what you do is you latch this thing, then you send it a pulse, and when you send it the pulse, on the 7 segments of the pulse, it gives you an analog output of the frequency level of that band. So if you hook that up to your microcontroller on an analog pin, you simply latch 7 pulses, read the analog on every pulse. You could do like an averaging thing to try to get it as accurate as you want. And then you can use those bands in order to inform whatever animation you have. I don't think wLED does anything with this chip. It would be cool if it did, but that was sort of a thing that I could feed directly into the animations that were going on the headgear. Download state complete. Did it? Oh. Download with the logging file? No, just give me this. Open the folder. wLED.bin. Okay, what do I do? What? ESP32 load bin. How to read a bin file in your own time, YouTube. You can take as much time as you want. Whoa, this is the new scheme. I know artists need like jobs at tech companies, but what the hell are you guys doing? This is Fisher Price. What is going on? It is disgusting. I haven't been graced with the new interface. What are we doing? Are we holding down a button when we load it in? Really? I could do it through the IDE. I have to install it in the board manager. Or use an ESP tool, or use command line. Oh, God. There's got to be a better way. Oh wait, we had a tutorial open already. I've got like 1,000 pages open today. ESP tool. Where was our, we had a Seed Studio example. That was these. I just want to make sure I'm doing the right stuff here. So, et cetera. Flashing a wLED. Install github.io. Okay, so that's different. Yeah, I did that. And then this has you select the COM port, but Firefox doesn't support that. So we need to figure out how to do it. ESP tool's command line, but it's self-contained. I would love to avoid command line even. Hold on. So this just tells you the one way to program it. That's annoying. I could open a Chrome window. Node MCU Pi Flasher. Try that from Solid Electronics. Okay, so that's just like a simple interface. Let's look at the releases. Insights, code, issues, pull requests. Okay, so what, Python 3 via and pip. I think I already have that. Oh, I don't want to do a virtual environment. What is all this? Oh, that's build it yourself. Sorry. Donation where status list of open issues. Yeah, releases section. There it is. I'm not good at GitHub, you know. Node MCU flasher.exe right there. Let's just get it. That seems pretty straightforward, right? Run the virus. That's not what I have. Cool. Hey, that's pretty easy. Once you get through all the viruses. So connect your device. All right, so let's just plug this thing in. Is it going to try to output 5 volts? I'm going to unplug the LED strip for this. Let's just pull that 5 volts right there. That's the other thing we need to test is when we do the low power modes, we're going to have to find a FET, which I don't know, that should be pretty easy to do. I've got tons of FETs. We'll find a FET and then we'll put that on one of the pins that will test to see whether or not that pin no longer has an input pull-up on it, in which case we will put a pull-down on that pin to ground. That way, when we go into sleep, that pin will be pulled to ground. All that power will dissipate on that line, and then our FET will be deactivated, and so it can deactivate the strip of LEDs so that the WS2812 chips aren't drawing quiescent current. I don't know if that's how you say it. I say quiescent. I don't know if it's supposed to be quiescent or something like that. All right, so that's plugged in. We got thinky going on. Can you... Oh, reload. There we go. Reload. Oh, the other thing is that I'm outputting power. Wait a minute. Off. Oh, it's... Let's see. Here we go. Power off. There we go. I had the power supply on. That was a mistake. Hopefully it didn't blow anything up, but now if I plug it in, will it recognize the device? Okay. Let's look at Device Manager. Although just opening up Arduino would be a good way to do this. Ports, common LPT. We've got COM4 and then a USB serial device COM7. If I unplug the Node MCU, COM7 is what it's showing up as. Do I need to push down one of the buttons to get it into programming mode when I connect it? Although it's showing up as COM7, so let's see if we can just plug it in, close the program, open it up again. Still no COM port. Oh, okay. I didn't select the option. No. It doesn't need to. No. It's got it. It's right there. I didn't auto detect. I thought that's what it would do, but we'll COM7 right there. There we go. Okay. 115200, I guess. I mean, we could pump up the baud rate, but I don't think it really matters. Do we erase the flash? Yeah, why not? It doesn't matter, actually. And then I don't know what this means. Quad IO, dual IO, or dual output. I don't know what that means. Dictionary.com says the I'm not even reading that. Oh, that's the pronunciation? I thought you were looking up like a... AI says you should do this. Quiescent or qua. All right, so we'll call it that. Anyway, so the quiescent, quiescent. Dear God. Quiescent? I'm going to say quiescent. I'm going to say quiescent. Squirrel. Are you a secret to German? Pronounce squirrel. Squirrel. If you walk up to me and you say quiescent, I'm going to slap you in the mouth. All right, back to programming, because I think we can actually program wLED now. Flash. Workcom 7, detecting chip type, ESP32C3, does all this handshaking crazy crap, and then it throws up a bunch of addresses, throws ones and zeros in a bunch of places. Croissant. You think dual IO? That's what we have it on. Lucky enough. Firmware flashed, unplug and replug or reset the device. So I'm going to unplug, and then I'm going to turn on 5 volts. And right now it does not know that it has an LED strip hooked up. I'm going to sneak up on you and whisper quiescent in your ear while you sleep. I will instantly be having nightmares. We got to find the IP address, so I'm actually going to sign into my router on a separate window. 2.1 admin, then the password. Firefox, I tell it to never save a password, and then it keeps asking me to save a password. Fix that. Fix it. I never want you to ask me about saving a password. Never. Never, never. View the list of clients. Now, I don't know what this shows up as. Last time we used the flashing tool, and it just came up with the IP address. Android Bulb 1 desktop. It's probably going to be in the 250s. Exhaust fan, desktop, Shenzhen Fanten. Oh, that's probably it. The one that's Shenzhen 163. So let's try it. Did I get that right? 163? Yeah, 163 Shenzhen Fanten Tech. That might be a device that. Well, what was this one? It was /colors, so that's fine. We should still land on the right page. Dun dun dun. No, so that's not coming through. Just double check. Oh, it's HTTP. Wait a minute. They didn't bother with credentials. That's got HTTP on it, so it's actually, okay, so it's not trying to get in securely. So that might be a different device. Let me double check what the client list is. The Asus router also didn't report all of the client list properly. Remember, we were able to find an extra wireless device. Shop light, desk light, stand light, lighthouse, face light, lighthouse. There's the Shenzhen Tech, which is 163. Fart box, bulb 2, bulb 1, the track light, the exhaust fan, the Octopi server, something with a MAC address. This had better not come up with something horrible. This is just a MAC address. Yeah, that one doesn't have anything. And then my phone. So, I don't know. That emote, Haystack, oh, that is Haystack. I was like, I only see Haystack use that emote. Why, me lord? Is it not necessary to port at a URL? What do you mean? Oh, give it a port? Well, so we didn't have to use a port when we got into the wLED like this. So supposedly, if this programmer put everything in there, it doesn't give me like features Wi-Fi, BLE embedded, crystal 40 megahertz. That's pretty fast. That's incredible. It got everything in there on the COM port and it wrote everything just fine. Yeah, so it should be in normal boot mode. Is it warm right now? Hold on, let's check the temperature of the device. There's a little bit of heat coming out of the thing over there. And I got the antenna plugged in. So it should by all means be on my Wi-Fi. Let's reset it again and just see if it figures itself out. So turn it off, give it a second. Turn it back on, give it a second. We've got 10 milliamps running. French accent. Croissant. 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 Wait a minute. This is backfiring. Instead of figuring out how much current, I've ordered a croissant, which isn't, that's not all bad. I mean, that's actually a good thing, you know? I don't know why it's not coming up on the router, and I can't show you guys the landing page for the router because that's too personal. You know, all my friends are there. So I'm looking through the list here and I'm looking for devices that might be the ESP32. I could plug in the 8266 and see what it's called, so we know what it, you know, what it would potentially be. Because I've got one thing from Shenzhen Fanten Tech, but that could be anything, and that's actually on 5 gigahertz. So, all right. If you go to McDonald's and order a croissant with the correct French pronunciation, then would they know what you're asking for? I would like croissant. We're trying to get this wLED device running, and when we can, that is going to go into Willow's shock collar. I mean collar, her normal collar. Her normal collar. Not her shock collar. You can see that I've put a piece of tape over the shocking part of the collar, so it'll be fine. And you guys are dumb anyway. You won't know what I'm doing because I am automatically smarter than you guys, and you don't have the ability to turn up the contrast on a picture of the screen. You are not that clever. Where the hell is this device? Why is it not coming up? I'll try 163 again just in case. 6.3, and this is just HTTP. It should get us in. No, that's not it. Be nice if we could plug it in and sort of have it tell us what its IP address is. When you flash with the, if you have Chrome and you flash the device using the Chrome tool, it will take you immediately to the web page with the wLED interface on it. Like we've got an old one open over here for the 8266. That was 198. What if I go to 199? If my DHCP pool assigns chronologically. No, that's not it. Well, this is annoying. I've got to find my device on my Wi-Fi, assuming that I put in the credentials properly, which you can't really mess that up. That's not a thing you can mess up very easily. So 163, the Shenzhen thing was not it. It is a rogue item on my Wi-Fi, and since it doesn't report the color, the router should, but we've run into this problem before with my setup where my router doesn't tell me that there's a new device. So let's get this out of here. My router doesn't tell me that there's a new device, and this thing doesn't tell me. Yeah, it lets me restart it on my own. It doesn't tell me anything. It would be nice if it stayed connected and told me, the Wi-Fi credentials, but okay, so where are we? I'm looking. There's my Wi-Fi stuff. Let's close the list and let's look at the wireless connections and let's hit refresh. And I still see, it's still 19 devices. AI mesh, there's a feature I'm never going to use. Okay, status, wireless, clients 19. Here's the list. So until I see a 16th wireless device, and this thing is getting power, it's drawing power. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to power this thing off again and make sure that power's unhooked from the LED strip so I don't draw too much. And then I will plug it into USB and we'll see if it says anything on the serial port. So there's COM17 connected. This is showing COM17, I think. Ways to get into the COM port. I could open a PuTTY window, or I could just start Arduino up, since we're all familiar with Arduino. I like going into the serial ports with Arduino, but I mean, opening like a PuTTY console would probably be the better way to do it. Too many features, So, don't want a new version. Tools, oh, wait. There we go, tools port, COM, no COM. No COM, there's no COM. Yeah, no COM7. That sees COM7, so maybe no new COM7. Oh, you guys can't see that, sorry. See, I'm just trying to open up the port. There it is. Okay, COM7. So let's see what COM7 has to say. Oh, that was selecting the port. Wait. Now I need to open up the serial monitor. Board at COM7 is not available. Okay, so COM7 is like a different thing. It's not like a serial port. Oh, wait, no, it was made unavailable in the time span that it took me. Reload those. Now there's no port to select. What is happening? What's up, 3D Printer Shack? PuTTY, you use that to grab logs on an MRI? Whoa. That is a psychotic, that's crazy. PuTTY can enable very rudimentary interfacing, I guess. It's what I use to log into my Raspberry Pis to throw, not PuTTY, but WinSCP, which has PuTTY in it. PuTTY is a wonderful, versatile tool. I just would never have expected to find it on like a multi-million-dollar medical device. That's crazy. That's crazy. I had an MRI tech job that was that I almost went along with. It was in Colorado. I didn't want to move out to Colorado. That would have been a cool job. Watching reviews on Bamboo Labs, nice. We're trying to get, okay, so this is like the last step before we see ooh-ah pretty LEDs, right? Really want to get this step right because I want to see ooh-ah pretty LEDs on my stream and especially have them audio reactive. So we followed a little bit of some tutorials and they want me to use the Chrome-based flasher, but we were suggested to use this other tool that apparently worked pretty well. the Node MCU Pi flasher. That's nice, you know, it's just a nice little window interface, gets into the COM port, sends all the data you need, does its little due diligences and says, okay, we're ready to go. And so I reset the device multiple times now, in fact. I have reset the device and nothing, which was the way it went last time. This is the way it went last time with the online flasher. Actually, no, this is the way it went with the server light when we were doing this task over here. We used the flashing, the Tasmotizer to flash the thing, and then it seemed to not show up on my network. When we used the Chrome-based one, it took us directly to the wLED's webpage, which was brilliant, and it worked just great. It was awesome. We were just like, boom, we're ready to go. That was neat. This one is not really exactly functioning. So I am waiting for my router to have some kind of an epiphany for a login of this device so that we can get in there and actually configure the damn thing. And so my router appears to not be having any type of an epiphany. It still sees the same number of devices connected. I reload the page, it still says 19 devices. If I open up the page here where I can hit refresh, it still sees 19 devices. Very fresh, very frustrating. I can view the full list. We can see the full list of devices. You guys can't see this. I'm doing it off camera just because it's my personal Wi-Fi devices list. I don't want you guys to see the the anal vibrator 9000 that I've got hooked up to the Wi-Fi. Desktop, computer, bulb 1, Android, that's my phone, the server, the fart box, Pixel 6. Why do I have Android and Pixel 6? Huh. That one says it's a phone, but then Pixel 6 says it's... Oh, because one's 5 gigahertz and one's 2.4. Okay. The fan that I've got in the ceiling over there. Other desktop, Shenzhen Fanten Tech Ltd, which is not something... We've tried that a couple times. It's a 5G device. Bulb, Octopi, a MAC address. We tried that one, and that doesn't log in either. The things that I use to turn on and off the lighthouses. The stand light, that's that guy right there. The desk light, the face light, the track light, and then the shop light. Those are all of the devices that it sees. It does not see this thing. Man, I'm going to hit export again, and I created another client list in this folder. Delete that. Okay. Boy. I did not make a mistake when I logged this device in and I gave it the credentials, right? Because you give it the credentials and the thing that creates the bin file, and then this loads the bin file in. That's how we're doing this. We're plugged into USB right now. The power supply should be off. It's reporting 4.8 volts. That's from USB. What do we do now? What if, just for the sake of argument, I unplug this and I take it off of the prototyping board, just in case. Although really this should be that straightforward. It should just work. And I plug it into USB-C that way. I give it a couple minutes here. There's no indicator lights on this one, so it's a little frustrating. We've not, so this is Hello World. Hello World is a very important process in your creating of stuff. Hello World allows you to know that everything from the computer all the way to the microcontroller is working and functioning properly. So right now, we are hello worlding with Wi-Fi, which makes it particularly frustrating. If I put in any of those credentials wrong, that's it. Now, I know my credentials very well. I've put them in many times. So I don't think I got anything wrong with the password or the SSID. Let me check again on the router page. Certified that this router has lied to us before. I just don't see it. 15 wireless devices. 163. This is very frustrating. Try the original wLED. And of course, if I take the ESP8266 and I plug it in, I don't have a USB cable for it. 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 I don't have a were I to do that, I'm sure it would come up. I did not set a static IP address, no. It should be assigned by the DHCP pool. But it's got, I mean, the DHCP pool is on a certain band of addresses. I'm wondering how the wLED programmer knew what IP address it would be assigned to. I don't think it applied like a static. Yeah, it's gonna be nothing. See, what it should do is come up like the Tasmota devices. Which I have. These are on static IPs. So these are the lights in here. I can turn them off and on using the interface. Those of course function. They're using, I think they're using 8266 hardware, I believe. But without knowing that IP address, kind of SOL. These don't come back with anything. Yeah. What do I do? I guess we could reflash it and make sure that all of our credentials are correct. So what I did is I generated the bin file using this page, and we gave it main branch, ESP32dev, wLED. We gave it this SSID, this password. Yeah, that's correct. That could not be any more correct than it already is. Define the password for the internal Wi-Fi access point, wLED1234. No, we're good on that. Wi-Fi AP name, see options above. Define the name of the internal Wi-Fi access point. I don't know. Name of the internal Wi-Fi access points. So if I wanted to, well, is this, do I need to enable the Wi-Fi in any way? NTP debug might be. Ethernet support, no. DMX, no. No. OTA, wait a minute, does that mean it'll show up in the Arduino IDE? I just spent $106 on my large new printer a few days ago. It basically destroyed its own print head. Now I gotta wait a few weeks. How does that happen? What, did it go down below the print and then crash or something? I had a one of the cooling tubes bend, and it was a problem that we couldn't find for months because the printer nozzle, instead of being like the wrong distance, it was just cocked to the side a little bit. So in a particular direction, the PETG would curl around and then hit the nozzle again. And it was like months before I found out the actual problem. Sorry if I missed this. This is the reason you need a custom build instead of the standard release binary. We're adding audio to it. We're going to add some deep sleep functions to it. And then we're going to add, potentially add accelerometer functionality to it. So yes, that's why we need the custom build, is that we need those little weirdo features. And we're also running it with a battery on an ESP C3 from Zhao. It's the Seed Studio Zhao. And this is what's going to allow us to charge up a battery and read its status and all that stuff. You think that wait, the CH light is blinking. Why are you flashing, CH? That means it's communicating. I have a feeling it's just logged into Wi-Fi and my shit's just not showing it. The part lifted instead of the part giving. Oh no. That's tough. Did I miss like an enable that I need to hit? Debug flags, no. ESP now interface, no. Wi-Fi fix, no. Ethernet, no. Yeah, I tried that. It should print if it's doing anything. Oh, Okay, well, it didn't do that for us, interestingly enough. Let's close the flasher program because this is confusing the COM ports. So my intuition was correct, and that should have actually helped us debug. Should have helped us debug. I gotta stand up for a minute. My butt hurts. All right, tools port. COM7 is not showing up. It might have timed out. It shouldn't be able to time out, but we'll just unplug it and plug it in again. Unplug, plug again. COM7 is selected. Board on COM7 is not available. It was visible for like a split second and then it went away. Why do you do this? Unplug, flip the cable, plug it back in. See it gone, there, gone, there, gone, there, gone, there, gone, there, gone. What the hell is going on? Gimme, gimme. Ah. Ah! SHA 256 comparison failed. Expected F. Attempting to boot anyway. ESP ROM, ESP32C3, April 20, whatever. Build 7. RST 0x7, TW, blah, 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 boot 08. SPI fast flash boot, saved PC, Z mode, DIO clock div 1, and then it starts loading stuff and then it crashes. Have the part show up this week, but it on its way. So, what's going on here? It's getting all kinds of stuff that it doesn't like. Let's just try the monitor again. Same stuff. What is it doing? Why is it why is it crazy? Do we use the wrong mode? Is DIO wrong? Let's check some of the tutorials and see if there's any information about this. So it's having trouble booting. Something is going wrong with boot. Something about this. Yeah, they just use the online thing, but what are they choosing for options here? Oh, this is a much more basic one, huh? Select board type ESP32C3 with 4 megabytes of flash. Source fork, original air cookie, ESP32 dev. Is that the wrong one? Did I choose one that was just 32S3? We're C3. Where were we? We were somewhere around here. 32 dev, 32 C3 dev, dev 16, dev 8. So I would assume that this is the right one. This is the only one that seems to fit S3. So for C3, that's really the one that we got. Main branch, I'm not going to do weird stuff. Unless there is a... Now, those are just releases and not doing moon modules. Multi-button, remove V1 user mod. Nope, we're just leaving it alone as the regular old. Tutorial uses a different link. Yeah. Yeah. So this one is, it looks very similar. Yeah, it's much less featureful. V41 ESP32 V5 or 5 volt audio reactive mic line in. Well, that's actually what I was looking for. Yeah, this would be the other one. Configure and compile here your own wLED software with just a few clicks. This one is, can't use USB, but I can get the bin file. And that one says audio reactive. I guess we could just try this right now. Which drop down? Oh, in here? C3 4 megabyte. Oh, I see. That's standard version nightly build. Let's do standard version. Or wait a minute. C3 only has, it's only in the, there's its standard version 4 megabytes. That one's pre-compiled. All right, let's try that one, shoving that one in and see what happened. Should just load up on Chrome or Edge and then flash it standard. Yeah. Well, I mean, doing it with the bin file worked just fine. It's just something weird happened with the loading the software in. Let's just try this. The Node MCU flasher. So COM7, I can't see yet. COM7 flashing in and out of existence is tough. If I hold on one of the buttons and plug it in, I don't know if it does that. I think we may just have to catch COM7 and then hopefully that catches it before the COM7 goes out of existence. I think we might have missed it. Huh? Huh? It just stopped. Oh man, is this like partially bricked? Yeah, one of them is the boot button. That one. So, all right. Unplug it. Yeah. Press this microscopic little button. Hard to tell if you're actually pressing it. Okay, that should have put it into bootloader mode. This program is possibly in a state right now. Oh, there it says connecting. Okay, there it goes. Auto-detected flash size, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so we're writing the generic code to it, which may or may not include some audio reactive stuff. Firmware flashed, unplug or replug. So let's unplug and then plug. And then I don't know if this holds the port open, so we can go and look here and choose our port. COM7, is it stable? It seems stable. Check out the serial monitor. And that appears to be stable. I don't think I can use it to find the IP address, but I can go back to my router page. I don't know, what was so weird about that other install? So let's refresh the list. Still 19, it's not 20. Is there a way that I can ask on the serial port what IP address? No port on COM7. Are we back to shenanigans? Yeah, we're back to shenanigans. Com7 offline. What the heck? Reset. Boot. Saved. Mode DIO. Clock. Div1. And then I guess it's looking to load something, which should be wLED, but what the heck? This is getting frustrating. Okay, so something ain't right. We can try the online, the Chrome-based flasher. So let me just open that up to one of the accounts. Don't care. Put that in there. And then let's put it into boot mode. So I'm going to unplug, hold down the button, the tiny microscopic little button, plug it back in. You know, I don't think I need to use that other configurer to add the modules. I think I can do it within the controller. ESP32 C3 4 megabytes. Automatically compiled from an open source project. I agree. Install. You know, this should be a couple clicks, but I guess it's just Com7. Sometimes you run into problems. You want to install wLED, standard version, nightly build, install. Oh, I guess I'm installing the nightly build. Well, whatever, it should work. Arduino serial monitor is notorious for holding on to the COM, yeah. Blocks flashing if I forget most popular cause of expletives, yeah. This will take 2 minutes. Okay, well, that seems fair enough. I wonder if the serial port was like crashing and it wasn't able to upload with serial. Check the VOD. The site doesn't, and you didn't enter any predefined SSID, so that's why it didn't show up. You got to do the Chrome method that you're doing now. Oh, to do the flashing with Chrome, but no, it did. I do have an SSID in there. What did I'm now device dashboard. What do I have to do now? Logs in console or oh, on the what website do I configure it here with the COM port? Oh, I see. Install select COM port. Click on install wLED. Port notes, controller type. Configure and compile your own wLED. What else happens here? The other website with lots of options did, but this tutorial uses the basic. Yeah, because I don't give it my credentials. How do I get into it now? Continue with the pop-up you closed. There was no continue though. Paired. Huh. So you install wLED and then logs in console. Oh, but I haven't reset the device yet. Reset device. Wait, USB down. What in the world? What am I not getting here? See, I have installed wLED and then that. Yeah, the official one I've had we used last time and it worked. But does it do C3? Doesn't start up the wLED AP in that case. I thought it would. It doesn't have any Wi-Fi credentials. What? Click install again? We already did this. Do it again. The install wLED.me did work really well for the generic ESP8266 one, so maybe I need to actually go over to that one. Because this one doesn't ask for any Wi-Fi credentials, so I don't know where this thing would be. This blows. Don't worry, we'll figure it out. Next. There we go. Next. But it just puts me back to this. Where's... Damn it. What is that all about? Do I need to, like... Maybe I need to open it up with a cell phone as a Wi-Fi provider? Hold on, let's check that. I'm going to unplug and plug back in. Unplug, plug back in. And then use my phone... Hold on. And go to networks. Nope, that's my glucose monitor. Go to networks, and we have the good video maker light. Oh, God. wLED AP right here. Connect. Password. What's the default password on wLED? Connect. It doesn't let there be no password. wLED1234, let me try. Yep, there it is. And there's my wLED interface. Wi-Fi settings. Glorious. I can't spell. Capital P C M R and then dead beef. Now, was it missing anything else that it needed? We're not giving it a static IP. I'll assign that within the router. MDNS address. Okay, I think that's all I really need to give it. Save and connect. Okay, so now I need to get my phone to regular Wi-Fi so that my health devices actually fucking work. And so I can receive phone calls. I hate doing that. I don't like connecting directly to a Wi-Fi. That's not good. So now, theoretically, that will have flashed, and now it's got all the right credentials. So it supposedly, well, if I guess I'm going to manually reset the device. We'll do that, and now I'm going to go on my router page again that you guys can't see. And I'm going to see that there are 19 devices. You son of a bitch. You've betrayed me for the last time, router. I love it. It doesn't show up in here, even though it's functioning perfectly fine, and I was able to log into it with my phone. Looking at the 15 wireless things, the Shenzhen is still there. I've still only got 19 on the router. It probably takes like a calendar year for it to update. So I guess what I can do is look in the serial thing again, because I still got it plugged in. So open up. It is connected, COM7. Arduino, I wonder if it's doing anything funky with that port. Don't know. Maybe I have to hit reset on this for it to do something. For it to give us some information here. Oh, COM7 offline. Okay. Whoa, something's going on. Arduino's interface is tanking on us. Come on. All right, let's go to the official installer on a Chrome window. Let me get out of Arduino. Arduino's just not doing anything right now. Close all windows. You go away. There we go. Okay. So shenanigans with the COM port is probably most likely what's going on there. Although we did give it all the credentials, so it technically should show up. I think my Asus router is really bad at reporting new clients on the different systems, because it's probably there. I just don't know what the IP address is. And we let my router figure out what it should be. Maybe if I can go to a different, like the WLAN page. No, what is it? A LAN page and the DHCP server. Is it somewhere in here? No, there's nothing wLED on here. I wonder why every 15-year-old isn't a maker. Yeah, because it involves all this crap. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. We're trying to use a specific piece of hardware because this specific piece of hardware has a battery monitor on it. Any old 15-year-old, if you can steer them to the right stuff. My nephew is getting close to 15, and he had a little bit of trouble. He was building a little like smart house, quote unquote, but the instructions were old enough that the Chinese website that they were supposed to be hosted on didn't really have the up-to-date instructions, and they had made some substitutes in there to make the thing cheap. It's very annoying. Yeah, if these are the hurdles, and again, this is the this is the philosophy behind Hello World. Hello World allows you to get through these problems. Running into these problems, we are hello worlding. So this takes it to that page, but mine didn't. What the hell is up with my Google Chrome did not take me to the configuration pages, and I just did that manually. Chrome was updated. Oh, did Chrome update and not allow certain things to happen within these web pages? Because now there's a Gemini button in the corner. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy. Chrome did some stuff that disabled features. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. If you find the right stuff, you can do cool things with this kind of stuff, and that's really where I, as a young adult, once I got out of college, the Arduino dropped, and so that's where I started using it. To the point where we were trying to program stuff in low-level C for a senior design project, and nothing was clicking. The guy who was programming it was eternally confused because things referenced things that he couldn't learn. It was all too complicated. And so as soon as I graduated, that was like a year later, I sat down with a breadboard and said, let me give this a shot. I got an Arduino that plugged into the breadboard. I plugged it into USB. I made an LED blank. Oh, cool. All right. So that's how you upload code and stuff. Let's look up this accelerometer board that I have, because I've got an accelerometer that's sitting on a board that I made my own custom breakout board for. It wasn't one of these things you can hop on Amazon and pay $5 for one. No, we had to like engineer this 80XL accelerometer. We had to figure out all the details of it. We had to put it on a circuit board and solder it and do all that stuff. Nowadays, you go on Amazon, you spend $5 and something will show up at your door that you plug into your breadboard. So anyway, I looked it up and I immediately found a tutorial of somebody using that accelerometer with an Arduino. Within an hour, I had it so that if I held up the breadboard and I tilted it, one of 4 LEDs would light up. Whichever one was facing more upwards would light up. So I jumped into doing physical computing and microcontrollers from somebody who had taken one C++ class in college in an hour. Somebody with a modicum, very, very little knowledge of how to code. And so that is the avenue that a lot of artists and engineer alike will take in order to learn these things and sort of, hit the ground running with a cool microcontroller project that'll take their art or whatever they're trying to do and elevate it using a modicum of intelligence from, loops of code running. But we're running into a problem right here that's a little weird. They seem to insist that this wLED stuff is programmed via these web pages. And these web pages only work with Chrome. Chrome browser somehow allows you to program things and utilize the USB from a web page. However, something weird is happening, and I think it might be one of the new things in Chrome where they've kind of locked down like ad blocks and stuff like that using this. I think maybe it might be affecting wLED. Once it's compiled and loaded, you can check the permissions on the page with the icon to the left of the URL. Sometimes you need to grant access to USB. So if I go to this thing again, I mean, it seems to have access. Because really this should take us to the, so if we choose the right one here, the ESP32C3, we won't do the nightly. I'm going to come down here and do a version that's known. And we have install or bin, so I just click install. And it's looking for what device, and I'm going with COM7. Because we did, oh, I hit cancel. Cancel. Install. USB COM7, boom, connect. wLED for ESP, install, visit, change Wi-Fi, logs, and console. Now it actually sees it. Giving it, that was weird. Why did that do that? I may have clicked on the Chrome or the Firefox web page. No, but it's still installed. But that's weird. Yeah, I might as well use the web installer. Visit the device. And there, 164. Come on. 164. Are you kidding me? All right, so we need to configure this further. I don't know what happened there, and I don't know what, maybe I flipped browsers without realizing it. But it was weird because it installed and then it didn't let me go visit the device until I visited the device with my phone, directly pairing with it, and then giving it the Wi-Fi credentials, and then it was able to do whatever it needed to do, and it got a Wi-Fi address. Let me check my router, see if my router actually gets it too. Let's go to network map. Clients 19. Still only 15 wireless. Hit refresh. Still only 15. Wait a minute, but 163. This one's 164. I see. And it likes assigning the 160s these days. So 163 is the Shenzhen, but this one is showing up as 164. And I don't have a 164 because my router sucks. The Asus could not be a worse company. I hate you. Somebody send me like a business savvy Wi-Fi and router combo. Ubiquity, sponsor the stream, please. All right, so we've got our thing plugged in, right? So let's see if what we can configure here. And I guess I'll stay on the Chrome page. This is, I feel like I jumped something on a step here. Like I don't fully understand why this flashed properly. And now I'm misrepresenting the process of getting wLED working. The main installer on Chrome works very well. So that's probably what one should use. And then in order to install extras, I think you can do it through config. But first let's config the LED preferences. And we are going to put the LED on one of the I/O pins. So we need to put our setup back on here, which means unplugging it. So that means that this is going to crash out and it'll say not connected. But I'll be able to plug it in here, make sure that we get the right pins to the right places. So I'm going to put power and ground into that part there. And then our power, we are going to connect our LEDs, even though nothing's happening with them right now. So our LEDs now get power. The power supply is off, and our microphone is connected. So I turn this on. So now we're on, and we're 180 milliamps is being drawn, just sitting here with the lights off. 180 milliamps. Oh my God, that battery's not going to last long at all. So let's just check to see that we're plugged in. Okay, we are plugged in. So config, LED preferences. What IO are we on? So let's go back over to, close that, close that. We are on D8 with the WS2812. Length is 160. We're on the power supply, so we can do data GPIO 8. Are we using that number, or are we using... I think we're using GPIO number. Oh, which is the same. It's the same one. That's the same one. It's the same one. So data GPIO is 8. And that's all we're doing here. We don't have anything else on buttons. Do we have microphone in here? Make a segment for each output. Button GPIO. Infrared. Translations. White management. Okay, that's all we need. Save. And then our whole LED strip just lit up to a solid color. So we've got the right number of LEDs in there. We've got the hookup. ESP32 is running our LEDs. wLED is a lot of fun when you get to this part where you're actually running things and stuff actually responds and you get that whole RGB thing going on. All right, you know. Color twinkles. There we go. That's what Willow might wear. I might put that in Willow's playlist. That's a good one. She'll have twinkling lights as she bounds about. These are really cool. This 2.7 millimeter WS2812 B strip is really good. These are very crisp colors and they're nice and dense. I'm glad wLED is taken off, because when I did this, I would have to program in all this stuff myself. I would have to run the loops. I'd have an animation loop and a timing loop and plug in all of these things. And I never had the idea to do like fairy twinkle or full noise or anything like that. I got just one plasma thing running and then that was it. Okay, so what else? Config. User mods. We don't have that right now. User mods set up for that. How do you install user mods? That's what I'm wondering. No presets, blah, blah, blah. Power and timer. We've got our color palettes. We've got our thingies here, our presets and our fades, and the overall brightness control, and then just config. To do the user mod install, do I have to produce a bin file again? So going in through this again, but this time giving it all of my credentials. Oh my God, Chrome. Try Gemini and Google. No. So wLED install user. Got this subject so far. Add-on functionality. This is a different question. Yeah, you need to compile it in order to use the user mods. Okay, that's from 3 years ago. I don't know if that's relevant now, but... So we do actually need to go to the compile. And in this case, I can give it... Now we know what to choose, I guess. Dev 16 and 8, but there's no 4. But that didn't seem to go into all the stuff. And I'm doing it from Chrome, so I can configure it live. Yeah, because I don't need that. I don't know what that is. So ESP32 with rover, ESP32 C3 dev, dev 16, and then dev 8. We should have 4. So I'm guessing that we are dev, but then that didn't load up properly. And I shouldn't need to touch any of the, I'm not going to set the SSID and stuff. We're going to let that happen when it flashes. And then user mods, audio reactive. And we're only trying that one out right now. 16-bit ADC with 4 inputs. That's neat. Okay, so start compiling and download software when finished, or load it up via Chrome. We are in Chrome. I will hit install. Which is Hinways. What the, huh? Oh, we're actually not even plugged in. Hold on. I need to plug in. So we'll turn off the power supply. I'm going to unhook the LEDs just for now. And plug this thing in via USB. Now click install. Why is it not doing anything? We'll install, turn on. 32 dev C3 dev main branch air cookie user mod, this one, install. What is it not? Why does it not let me do it? We selected this part, got the branch, got all that stuff. 1A, we don't need any of this stuff. 1B is optional. Select options. So do I need to select anything in here? LOL and C3 mini. That's Wi-Fi fix. I don't know if that needs anything. I don't think it does. Add the MAC address, debug messages, enable debug messages to serial console. I wonder if, so I keep thinking that one of these options I didn't click on. Like I didn't enable it properly, and so that made it not work. Brownout detection. I don't know which options I need to be selecting in here. Do we don't have anything hogging, no, I don't have anything hogging this serial. WebSockets, I don't. There's enable and disable. So do I need to disable stuff and enable other stuff? It's like, I don't know if I want this stuff yet. Default LED pin GPIO numbers. Default button pin, default relay pin. I'd rather assign these. Oh my God, what is this stuff? Define all this stuff. Glorious PCMR and dead beef. Watchdog timeout. Enable debug improv serial. I don't know if I need to enable or disable MQTT, but I guess we're going to disable it for now. I don't know what LockSwan is. We're not doing WebSockets yet. I will probably need that later. GPIO for the microphone. But that it doesn't have that in here. That's going to come with the plugin. Relay, infrared, button pin, LED pin. And then user mod, audio receive, audio reactive rather. Yeah, the install button isn't active. I don't know what I did. Oh, do I need to compile first? Start compiling. All right, let's try it. Yeah, I guess compile and then load. That makes sense. Oh boy, we get to wait another 5 minutes for this whole thing to compile. Hey, at least we'll have audio reaction. And I can clap my hands and the LEDs will do stuff, right? Right? Should. That means when my dog barks, the LEDs will do stuff. And then we'll see about the accelerometer, because the accelerometer is another one of those user mods. The accelerometer is a user mod, the battery stuff is a user mod, and then the deep sleep is another user mod. How's it going? Oh man, it's not. We've been struggling for a little while. I've had some COM port issues and some router issues. I think they're router issues because we gave this thing all the credentials that it needed using this compiling tool. And when we loaded the binary up, it appeared as though the ESP was just not connected. But it turns out that it was like it had credentials that it was connected. My Asus router didn't say anything about it. It didn't say that it was connected to 192.168.2.194 or something. 164. 163 was the one that we were looking at because that had some Shenzhen device detected. I still don't know what that Shenzhen device is. So I probably need to figure out what that one is. That might be the controls for the fan, because that has had some troubles. It's running like a really old version of Tasmota. Although that might not be what it is. What could it be? What Shenzhen devices do I have that might be going up on Wi-Fi? Either way, that was a 5 gig device, not a 3G. All right, we're just waiting for this download. It's just going to take a minute. So yeah, working with a new microcontroller platform, a new microcontroller, a new methodology of getting software up into a thing can be very frustrating. We've had a very frustrating time of it today. But we did get to see blinking lights for just a minute. And presumably we're going to see audio reactive blinking lights. And we'll see what kind of stuff this thing is capable of. I mean, I know I've seen talk of some of these audio things doing like an extraction of rhythm and figuring out what the rhythm is and all that stuff. Working on stuff that moves you from stuff you really want to do. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, to a particular technology when they're working their projects. I'm always trying to branch out. And this wLED stuff is really cool and popular. It's got a lot of very, very fascinating patterns that you can run on the thing. So if we can get those running on my dog, that would be great. My CNC router's ESP32 does OTA updates. I really appreciate that. Yeah, for like a CNC, I need to build the CNC router. I thought I would be having the time of my life doing all the mechanical stuff and putting together that router. It's sitting right over there, the router and all the parts and stuff. But I kind of like stubbed my toe on the project and haven't gotten up since. It's probably going to be very fiddly for me to put together the router because it's going to be a little bit non sequitur. But having OTA updates for the software on something like that would be pretty great. I've got that old Windows PC, and the ESP32 is probably more powerful than it. It's like a Windows 7 industrial PC that I've got sitting up in the corner over there, up on the CNC. I wonder if Linux CNC would actually run on that thing. Is your cam video out of sync with the audio? Not for me. I have some wLED strips at home in my Christmas tree. Works amazing. Never worked with a mic though. Using LED FX for effects. Cool. Yeah, the Christmas tree thing. There's a tree outside that I could potentially connect all these strips to and wrap up in wLED, and then I could run some pretty cool patterns on it. I don't know if I want to do that this year. I'd have to shove some hot glue in the end of this thing, and then I've got 3 of these strips. I have to figure out how long they are, how many LEDs it is. I don't have an outdoor power supply, but you could just buy wLED hardware from the store, and it'll plug into the sort of, this is a 4-pin interface. These are LPD 8806s, so they're, I think they've got better color values. I don't know. Oh God, this is painful. This is painful. This is why programmers have patience, huh? Compiling takes some time. Now I've enabled and disabled a whole bunch of stuff that I don't know if I needed to touch. I don't know if I needed to touch all that stuff, so it's possible that I did something unforgivable on this. I don't know though. The ability to make the LEDs kind of like sparkle and chase a little bit would be really good on a tree. We have a plastic tree that has lighting integral to it, so you just kind of plug it in and it gets power through the center post. So I can't like upgrade the Christmas tree in any way, but I could do maybe an outdoor installation of some of these things. Oh, completed. There we go. Now we have, okay, so Dutch Mania was exactly right. Dutch Mania got it once again. We needed to compile in this tool still, just without downloading. So if I click install, we choose COM7, I hit connect. Install the custom build. Do you want to install wLED custom version? All data on the device will be resetted. Install. Do it. Kill them. So what I'm hoping that is we'll be able to, we're going to have to reflash every time, but we'll be able to add this functionality piece by piece and see what it's all about before we actually try to cram it all into the dog collar. That was supposed to be what we did today, and we would have made amazing progress had this stuff worked more flawlessly. It turns out when you click install, it'll pull up a menu with a bunch of different options, and that wasn't happening for me. But theoretically now that we have control of the COM port, we know our hardware is set up properly, and we know we're able to flash this thing properly, perhaps now we can actually install wLED and then access the device, and maybe it'll go a little smoother. Something was out of place. Something weird was out of place, and it just, square peg in a round hole. This will take 2 minutes. Wow, that's very definitive. Uh, 100%. Yes. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to touch it. I'm going to leave it alone. You're supposed to be easy peasy, lemon squeezy, easy street. Yeah, see? Wrapping up. There it is. Installation complete. Next. Let's visit the device. Bada bing. Okay. Config. LED preferences. Now, we probably could have set this as the default, but length is 160. GPIO is 8. Save. Didn't work. LED preferences, length is 160, GPIO is 21. What was the number again? That's not it. Oh, it's still 8. It should just be 8. Everything is 8. Length 160, 8, WS2812. Oh, I didn't plug it into power. I'm not powering them right now. So if I plugged them into power, there it is. Okay, now they light up. So they're all lit up. A string of LEDs going back on the desk. Okay, so back, user mods. Now we have audio reactive settings. Enable, add the palettes. Generic I2S, which one do we have exactly what they have here? INMP4 for whatever. I2S with M clock. Let's see what they used. So generic I2S. SD, so I've got it hooked up the same way that they have it. Well, or do I? Or do I? So the M clock What the hell is the M clock? I don't know if we have an M clock. SD goes to pin that one. Where's my, there it is. SD goes to GPIO 21. WS, just looking at what I hooked up here, goes to, skip 2 pins, GPIO 5. And then serial clock. Wait, where's SCK? Oh, there it is. Oh, I did it wrong. Wait, SD is this one. SD goes to the one next to it. Serial clock goes to 21. SD goes to, oh no, GPIO 6. This one goes to 21. All right, did I get that right? WS is on pin that one, which is pin 1, 2, 3, 4, D3, GPIO 5. Yep, got that one. SCK goes to 21, which is the one at the bottom there, GPIO 21. Red wire goes to SCK. And then SD, XD goes to, SD goes to the pin right there. It's 5 down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, D4, GPIO. Wait, is that 6 or... It is 6. Okay, cool. All right, there's that. Squelch, gain, ADG, no idea. Frequency, scale root, I don't know, man. Loudness, logarithmic. Dynamics, yeah, we'll limit it. Save. Back. So, color palette not used on that one. Do I have like extra wipe? I don't know where the reaction's supposed to come into play. Yeah, those are custom. That's default. Segments, segment 0. We're already good on that. GEQ1D. What the? Nothing. These look new. I'm not sure. Okay, look for something with like notes next to it. Noise move. Nothing's doing. Oh, there goes stuff. I don't know if that's reacting. Noise meter? What does noise meter do? Noise, 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 noise. Nothing. That should be super loud. Tapping the mic directly. All right, I gotta find something that will react to audio in a sort of way. Is that thing actually showing a noise meter? Because maybe we got the pins wrong. Mid noise. How do I check what? Hold on, let me go back to this. So I've got this generic I2S all configured. Now, what do they do over here? Proper trouble-free, keep wires between blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we've got it all hooked up just like that. Click save and then do a power off and on reboot. Okay, so let's try that. So I did click save, but now we'll power off and power on. And then we power on. This is only like 100 milliamps, so it should be okay on USB for now. Breathe. I don't think breathing is going to react to sound. I want it to just get like real bright when there's noise. I think it's reacting. Wait a minute. So if I do that, we get some audio, some reaction there. So like, like segments of it are coming here. Let's coil this up so we can see the whole thing at once. Just leave it like that. That's a little bit better. And then I'll kill the lights. It is dark in here. So dark. So very dark. It is dark. Yeah, that is reacting. That is actually working. Hey! That was such a... Sorry. I didn't want to do a full-fledged clap and like set the dog off or anything. I had to have some sound for this, so a wet slapping noise is all I could really do. It's a frog running on a tile floor. So we are getting reactions from the LEDs. I need a little bit of light in here. This is kind of all I can do, though. Well, I guess I can pull the brightness up a little bit of this stuff. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we need to find one that's like a good audio reactive one. I need one that's like the nuclear bomb. That actually did react to that. It actually did react to that. I don't think Fire Flicker does anything with audio, no. Frequency map, that's kind of a cool one. Oops. So if I'm really loud, the frequency map will do stuff. See, if I put like the LED strip like down there. What's up, Domper? Yeah, if I had this on my wall, that would be a different story, but frequency matrix. Whoa! So when I say stuff, the frequencies are coming through in the color of the LED, and then this just follows it. It just, huh. So if I had a bunch of these, then my frequency data could come through like a matrix kind of display. That's cool. What's up here, Bothan? Whoa, it's like a chase, but the LEDs are showing the audio. So if my dog was like, bark, 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 it would show up red, which is not ideal. Frequency pixels. Oh, that one's even cooler. You're like, where's Willow? And she's like, burf, burf, burf. Of course, this is on a palette, so I could shift the palette. Although I would, it would be better if audio was able to shift the palette. Maybe there's something for that. Because here I'm just shifting the palette, and I guess you can program it to do like timing. Other lights in the network are to sync to this one. Oh, that's kind of cool. So if I hit the sync button, then other LED segments will do the same thing that this one is. That's cool. Frequency wave. Whoa. Whoa. Let's see here. See, the thing is, this is a cell phone mic, so it likely is keying into speaking frequencies, and it probably doesn't get much in the low end, which is what I ran into with the headgear that I built. We wouldn't get very good low end performance. I had to like tweak the numbers a little bit, and you walk into a club and it's like boom, boom, boom at like the highest volume. So picking frequency stuff out of that was very difficult to do. Grab frequency. Whoa, it's really sensitive. What would be like? Burf. Yeah, this will be pretty cool. Pretty cool. And I guess this is ICU. I don't think this is not reacting to audio in any way. Or is it? No, I don't think it is. I don't know what's going on there. Image is not, no, there's nothing for that. Juggle. So is any of this possibly, I don't see it moving around as I talk. Matripix. What is that? Matripix. What is this one doing? Huh. Well, I'm hitting the random button for the colorization, but I guess that would probably look good on like a wall. Mid noise. Mid noise. Noise, noise, noise. Mid noise. I don't know. I don't see too much inspired here. There are different noise categories that I don't see doing anything. You kind of want like color information to be influenced by this. Can I edit these? No, I'd probably have to go into code in order to edit them. I should try to get my old plasma thing running again, but you need a lot of LEDs in parallel for that. That needs to exist on like a screen, like a 2D display. Supposedly this is audio reactive, but it doesn't really look all that strong. These will be cool with the collar. Noise fire. Bark, bark, bark. I have a feeling that when taking the dog on a walk, she will not hold still long enough for there to be complete silence. Boo. That is really sensitive. That is really sensitive. And I guess it's auto-gaining itself. Here's a noise meter. Noise, noise, noise. Noise move. That's not a bad one. Cyber collar. Yeah, this thing's going to be cool. The accelerometer one would be interesting as well. But for if she's moving, it's likely that this is going to be making a bunch of noise. I have a feeling it's going to be picking up all kinds of stuff going on around it. Noise pal? I don't know what that is. Noise fire. Fire and flame. Boo. Cool stuff. All right. Pixel wave with sound. So whenever this sound, I guess it generates in the middle and moves its way out. My only issue is that we're not going to have this many LEDs on Willow's collar. So the ones like this where it's traveling a long distance, we won't really be able to do anything with. Unless I make an LED harness, dun dun dun. I mean, LED harness would be a good idea, but this is sort of like, it would be a 1 foot distance of this. So, I mean, that would be, it's pretty fancy. She'd be running around like, I'm a dog, I'm doing dog stuff. I'll have to play with the presets more. There's a lot in here. Sonic boom? Wait, why is it called Sonic boom? Sonic boom. Sonic with the boom. Red Sonic boom. See, it's like not doing anything. If I bring it over, where was it? It was like mid-green. What is it doing? Boom, boom, boom. Do your stuff. Okay, that one seems to have adjusted itself out of actually working. Sonic stream? Hey, it's me, Sonic. I don't know what's going on here. See, I could have music going. That would be the better way to do this. Huh. Dunno. PS Sparkler. Wait, did it like override or something? What's going on? Oh no, it's still animating. I'm just not seeing it because the difference between green and white is difficult to suss out. Yeah, it's got like a, pull that all the way over there, pull this to the darker. Well, now you can see it. The sparkles, it's sparkling. PS Springy. Whoa, but that's supposedly it's audio reactive? Springy. Doesn't appear that audio reactive, does it? Springy, springy, springy. Nothing. Yeah, certain of these are very, very bright, and so the white doesn't come through. And the reds are better at showing the contrast. Puddles. Puddles. Ah, see, there we go. That's the... Puddles is very close to what I would want out of this. So if Willow's like, bark, 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 it'll light up totally differently. Oh, that's so cool. That is cool as heck. Because, okay, like ripple peak, yeah, stuff like this where there's a default and the default's already bright, but you then add to it. Oh, it's on, wait, default. That's the default color palette. I had it on temperature. Oh my goodness. Ripple rainbow. Whoa, whoa. See, we're not gonna have that many LEDs. It's not gonna be enough LEDs for this to really like fully express itself. Oh my god. I need to shut up so you guys can set off farts and they'll make this strip go crazy. What else do we have? Solid pattern. None of these have the little audio icon next to it. Oh my god. Waterfall. I don't know what the little dot icon is. There's the palette icon and then there's like a dot icon. Volume. Oh, wait a minute. Select bin and select volume. What? I don't know where it's coming from. Oh, right here. Test. This is with the volume way up. Yeah, that's hearing stuff over here and sending it to the other. Yeah, we got the microphone working. Wasn't terribly difficult, but it was annoying. The configurer needed to be able to reconnect to the MCU, and I think maybe what I did is I clicked on a non-Chrome window when I was working, so it wasn't technically able. That doesn't make any sense though, because I watched it program the whole thing. It programmed the whole thing, but then for some reason it wasn't able to connect to serial, and I don't know what setting it would have been that would have yeah, made it get into the right stuff, but I don't know. Anyway, we do have it, and it's now actually reacting to audio. The volume was all the way down on these. That one is size. Size. Oh, that's a cool one. That's a cool one. Blur. Okay, so that blurs it more. That's cool. Each of these have their own, like, their own, what do you call it? Settings, like, sliders on them. And then I guess from there we could load it up into presets and go through like a presets list. I could have the audio reactive preset. I do want to see what the accelerometer does, what that user mod is. There's 4 user mods that we need to look at. So this is the audio reaction user mod. This one is good. This one works really well. And hopefully through the box, we're going to try to re-waterproof this. Hopefully through the re-waterproofed box, we will be able to hear some stuff going on outside. This can be set pretty sensitively though. It seems like it auto adjusts itself. Heat. Are we too hot for a dog collar? No, we're doing pretty good. And then the LED strip itself is doing okay. It generates a little tiny bit of heat. Let's see. The other user mods, accelerometer, that could be fun when Willow's bounding around and this thing's reacting to her, jumping up and down. I think that would be really cool. And then the other 2 are more utility mods. We need the deep sleep mod so that this thing is able to actually put itself completely to sleep when I hit the power button. And then I forget what the 4th one was. I don't remember what it was. There was something that we needed of this thing. I don't remember. Oh, the battery module. So battery, sleep, accelerometer, microphone. I have a feeling the accelerometer is not really going to react to stuff, but let's look up that user mod. Let's see what it does. wLED accelerometer mod. That's moon modules. Enables connection of an MPU 6050 IMU sensor to work with effects controlled by the orientation or motion of the wLED device. The MPU 6050 is a built-in digital motion processor which does the heavy lifting of integrating the gyro and accelerometer. Oh, that's nice. That's nice of it to do. Potentially more useful gravity vector and orientation output. It's fairly straightforward. Comment variable being to read from the device not needed. Saves blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I don't think I need to register the user mod by clicking include. Okay, we will do that manually. The other question is, can it share pins with I2S? And that might be no. The answer to that might be no. For the bicycle, oh, that's cool. That would be very cool. Breaker turn, the lights should react. Any way to do this with wLED? Maybe use another ESP with ESP home and send control. No. There's user mod for wLED, connects to an IMU. Not sure what the status of the mod is or how it works. This is from like years ago. Level up your wLED projects. Interfacing the MPU. Python code. Ugh. Okay. There's not enough information for us to dumbly go through this. Audio reactive. Four-line display, ping pong clock, word clock. Where's PIR sensor, BME, BMP. What do we have again? I think I bought the right thing. Yeah, 6050 we have. Deep sleep. POV display. Huh. Read from light-dependent resistor and turn on or off specific presets. That would be kind of neat because if Willow was in sunlight, it would be as bright as possible. Where is this thing? It's 6050, right? LD 2410 movement presence sensor. No. Controlling whiz lights. 6050. Not on the page. Where did I get it in my stupid head that I could install this MPU? Control F MPU. I must have opened up that other web page that said that it existed, but I think it exists on a much lower level than I would like. I think I opened up the, like this. I did not want to download that. Yeah, you need to do this with command line stuff, it looks like. Or straight up code and recompile. Ew, I'm not going to do that. It's not on this list. It doesn't exist. Oh, that would have been fun. That's a shame. I mean, if you do the ADS 1115 ADC, you could maybe hook it up to an analog accelerometer. But doing like advanced effects where if like head tilt would do something, and we only have so many LEDs though, so I think maybe making it audio reactive is probably our best thing to do. The deep sleep is something that I need to add And then what else is that? BME 680, BME 6. Wait, BME 68X. What is that? These are sensors. Oh, that's temperature, humidity, and pressure. I don't need to get the humidity readings from my dog. Hand gesture sensor. I could like rave in front of my dog and her visualizations would change. These are fascinating, these things. They're like to be utilized in obviously like cell phones, being able to like twist a pretend knob, but like in surgery where the doctor can't actually like interface with a physical control. They've been working with like hand gestures and things like that in order to allow doctors to like flip a page on a website and things like that, so that they can have material up, digital material up, and manipulate it without breaking the sterilization procedures. Cool stuff. Movement and presence sensor. That's not really. Read LDR, pull light control. Why did I get the impression that I was able to do an accelerometer on here? Maybe it's in like a different list of mods that I was able to find. I'll have to look at my my data on this. But yeah, we're not going to use like an ambient light sensor. What is this? Oh wait, no. Did I already look that? I just looked that one up. Dallas temperature. See, the thing is, they allow it to like do user mods on the different visualizations. They don't allow something like a noise to switch to the next preset. I guess that's what buttons are for. If I really wanted to get crazy, I could turn the power button into a 2-stage button. So you'd click it, and then if you push it down further, it would click again. And I have some of those buttons in a little card that's got a variety of different button types that you could put into projects. I got it from a design trade show in Philadelphia. They didn't really ask for any credentials. I just gave like a company name and they let me in, and I got all these cool free samples. I should find another one of those conventions because that was kind of cool. I should go to one of those because that free sample thing is very useful. Here, I want to show you guys. I'm just thinking about this now. Like when I'm sitting here designing a project, I'm thinking about this stuff. Where is that? Here it is. Hold on, I gotta get real deep down in here. Like Alps are good buttons, but they gave me at the convention this whole list of Alps products that are used in sort of modern designs and cell phones and stuff. And some of these are useful for little weirdo things like this. Like you got a whole variety of switch types that have all these different types of like manipulation. Hold on, where's the manipulator? This thing in the bin, it has, yeah, well, okay. See, like this is a push down into the board sensor. If you've got like a mechanical thing on your device, this one can tell you 4 positions of it. This one goes back and forth. So it switches at the two ends. This one will switch going those directions, down or pressing in. Weird stuff. But that also includes, okay, those are tiny. These are for connecting panels together, for grounding panels. And then we've got all the types of board edge switches. We featured this one in the RC car controller. Multi-position switches for the edge here. I don't really ever use these. These are usually pretty fragile. Oh, that one's like, If I was building a 1990s camcorder, some of these would come in handy. Ooh, burn. That was a burn and a half. Oh, this is just a slider. There we go. For the modular synth stuff, we could get a bunch of those. Put sliders on my devices. I wonder if they have a straight up version. This is the common button. This one's used in a lot of early 2000s-y kind of designs where you like laptops and stuff. I've seen them in. These are the important ones. These have 2 positions. So you press it down and there's a click, and then you press further and there's another click. You need to use the little wand in order to use those. But that's what I'm talking about. If I could get one of these switches that has 2 states. How does it even work? These are 1 position, so they're not, these are literally just Captain tape over a dome. That one's tactical. We stole this one for my Switch. We broke one of the buttons on the Switch and it happened to use the same type of button. So I'm not proud of that. I would like to get more samples though, because the double press fascinates me. That would be very useful for waking up the device and then changing modes potentially. So you'd single press, you'd light, oh, here's the wand that they give you to push the weird ones. Let me try this out. So I feel the first press. I don't know if it's too different from the second press though. Yeah, I can't really tell. Okay, yeah, there's definitely 2 presses on there. They're not as separated as I would like them to be in terms of the amount of force, but if the hard press turns off the device, I could maybe make the soft press change the pattern on it. You know, because I don't want to have to get my phone out and drag Willow into Wi-Fi range and so she'd be red, and then when she gets up and runs around, she would start changing color. I think the microphone is going to be enough. Getting the accelerometer in there and working is going to be a little bit more difficult. I would really like to get that working, but it seems like I need to drop down to slightly more rudimentary, like Python programming and compiling in order to get that to run. And I don't think the auto compiler has any provisions for the accelerometer stuff, which is unfortunate because that would take it to the next level. Although I have this weird feeling that the accelerometer would maybe make it a little bit more hungry. wLED accelerometer. Man, that word is unfortunately long. A guide to adding. So the world of adding additional components to your wLED controller. Push buttons, switches, PIR, microphones, IR remote controls, dimmer speed control, and relays. I don't have a device that'll be able to do IR control. I don't want to add a remote control for my dog, although that would be kind of funny. Does he have? Oh, custom action presets. I don't know how to do that. I'll have to, oh God, it's diving in. Okay, so there's an API command window. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. So in the presets that you define, you can use the API commands in order to make your custom. Okay, this is actually a little bit easier then. Yeah, so you can add multiple button actions. And if I add the deep sleep thing, then I can have the power button do a variety of different things. I don't need my dog to be a Internet of Things device. We're not going to add a pot to this. That would be interesting, but I'm not going to do it. We don't. The IR remote would be kind of fascinating, and I do have one of these LED remotes. It's possible that I could make my dog remote controlled. I think that's a little bit much. I think we just want a fixed device. And the audio source is obviously going to be the best thing. Okay, so I'm going to have to read up on this, and then when we come back, we'll work on getting the button to do stuff and the low power stuff to do stuff. So if I can have a singular button that we install on the Xiao, that will have a clicky feel from the sticker on the front, because we've got a little cutout on the plastic and then an on-off on the sticker. So the one button I will have controlling all the different stuff that this is able to do. It's possible that I could put a 2-throw Alps in there, but I think just a singular tactile button on that little plastic nub is all that's really necessary, and it's all that it had before. It was just a nice big clunky button that you can hit. So we might steal this button off of this board and hook it up floating or on a piece of a piece of prototyping board that we will, it'll be locked in position inside of the electronics enclosure, and we'll add the microphone to that as well. We can get all that hardware together. Do I want to have the accelerometer on there? It will require me to do a little bit of finessing and learning. So the accelerometer is not out. We still might be able to use that. I am just a little baby user here, and I don't know exactly what I'm up against in terms of getting that to function. But I think it is possible, because the R&T lab seems to have something for that. Oh wait, no, that's not the right one. It's the one they wanted me to use was this one with the stuff, MPU 6050, because that'll do all of the hard stuff. What? Why am I not typing in the place where I've MPU dash 6050? Yeah, it's in Moon modules. So apparently I2C dev and MPU 6050 must be installed. Wanted to integrate an IMU. Here's the Robo Penguins. See video for demo. Oh right, so this is a very rudimentary. Oh my God, shut. Oh, it's a good thing I switched to that scene, so you guys don't have to watch an Amazon ad. I'm gonna let this play out. Okay, this is not an incredible, basically what they did is they built this dodecahedron globe, and when you tilt it to a position, it'll light up where they visited, which is not all that exciting. I kind of wish now that we have 2.7 millimeter wide LED strips, they would instead install this stuff in all the seams of their little globe. What just happened? It just went crazy. Why'd you just go crazy? Wait a minute, what happened? I bumped something and we lost our... Yeah, not that exciting of an implementation, I would say. All right, yeah. Where's my window here? What did it just change to solid? Why did it? I must have bumped the power supply. Power must have blipped. Grav center. Even just with audio running, this is going to be very fascinating to have. Although it won't be this length of LED. So we'll cut down the LED length and we'll get the rest of these user mods running so that we can see what stuff looks really cool on this. A lot of them require you to get completely silent. There's obviously an effect intensity that you can also, like, turn the intensity way down. What if I turn it way up? Okay, that seems to be erroring out. Whoa! Yeah, some of them are better than others, obviously. PD springy. What is that reacting to? Whoa! It seems like with customizing these, I will be able to, with the command or whatever the interface is, I will be able to actually like put the audio control on different things. So maybe I can have the hue being edited by something else. It would be interesting if hue was edited by accelerometers and the effect was from sound. So if there's sound and the dog is moving, it would be this crazy display, and then it'll calm down when things calm down. All right, so that's going to do it for bother. I think I have already programmed my end card, and we're going to be back on Thursday, and we'll probably be doing more of this stuff because this stuff is starting to really pop off. Oh, my chat wasn't updating. What happened? Maybe the noise of just the dog running will provide enough sound. You can always expand with other sensors. That's what I'm thinking too. What is that emote? Popcorn. I see. That's T Young. Those are some very red emotes. Oh. Anyway, thank you for joining me. Hey, we got something running, you know? We actually got this thing to run. We got it to respond to audio at least. It seems like accelerometers are going to be a little bit more difficult to sort of rein in. But I could in the future get them running. For the sake of saving power, I don't really want to add the accelerometer and not use it. So we'll be going off of audio cues, and it seems like this little microphone will definitely, like, if the dog's running, it might trigger audio anyway. So, all right. So here's the end card. Back on Thursday in approximately, but very specifically, 1 day, 19 hours, 31 minutes, and 4 seconds. Listen, I have to get dental work done on tomorrow. And so if that totally screws me up, maybe Thursday won't happen, but I think it will. So stick around. I'm going to be back Thursday. We're going to do more stuff with LEDs. We're going to get this thing to be in better shape. And it's possible that in the end, I'll want to have 2 1-foot long strips next to each other, 3 or 4 maybe. But if I space them out, I don't think I have enough room to space them out as far to make them into like a grid, but it might make for some very interesting visuals. So for now, we're going to go with 1 strip. I'm going to see what that's like, and then we'll think about doing 2. We're only going to do audio. The accelerometer we can't quite figure out yet until I'm a little bit more comfortable with everything. Have the wLED work going. Right now we're running a wLED sequence that's triggering off of the peaks of my audio. So when I'm loud, it's triggering this thing. Pretty cool. And also, we're using this new 2.7 millimeter wide wLED strip that uses smaller LEDs that are packed in there. It's going to use a lot more energy, but it's going to make Willow so much more visible with this stuff on. It's going to be awesome. For reference, just so you guys know, my tortured puppy dog. Hold on, let's focus in on her a little bit here, okay? That's the wrong focus. This is Willow. In the arms of an angel. Yeah, here she is. Very pathetic. Very pathetic. This is how I found her this morning when I woke up. She was very comfortable. Very cozy dog. But yeah, this collar is just for nighttime walkies, and it's this big fabric collar that has this probably, what do you call it? Probably like that soda bottle plastic when they weave it into a fabric, because the LEDs can shine through this and it diffuses them just a little bit. So she is going to look absolutely fabulous with this thing on if we choose the right presets and we make a little list that we can go through. And I can either get to the next preset with, I'm tempted to get that remote so that I can click on it, and I'm tempted to install that. I can drill a 3 millimeter hole in the side of the enclosure, and we can poke an LED through that. And I might do infrared control on this, but I'd rather it do like a timed progression of setups that we've sort of catered. But I think using the basic tools, we can have all that cool functionality. And then I can do like a quick press of the button, maybe will pull us to the next preset. That's kind of the way that I want it to go. All right, anyway, I'll be back. You guys, do your thing until then. I don't think there's anybody that in particular that I want to raid, because we have like 4 people here, and I might as well cultivate the numbers and try to build up for another day. So I'll catch you guys on the flip. I'm going to be on Discord. You guys got the link just then. Blue Sky, I would love to be posting all these wonderful projects that I'm doing to Blue Sky, but it got hacked. I don't know what to do with that anymore. And until then, I'll try to do a little bit of reading on wLED. We'll try to get the battery module working soon. Catch you all then. Then?